This video is going to help you answer the question, when is it fascism? Or maybe just a simpler question, what is fascism? There's something out there that maybe is concerning you. That's why you've clicked on this video, to try to learn. And you want to know, what are the signs that something is fascist? And I really think the only way to truly get a grasp on sort of the mysticism, actually, and the metaphysical aspects of fascism. That's one of the weirdest things about fascism. The surprising things to a lot of people who start to study it is how non-concrete it is. So we're going to try to give you, aka me and my imaginary producer over here, my cat, Sophie, I guess, we're going to try to give you a image of what fascism is from its early origins all the way through the most extreme version of fascism that we've seen to date, Hitler's Germany. We're going to do that starting in 1848. Now, you might be a little surprised to see me put 1848 up on the board, because if you know a little bit about history, you probably know that fascism is really something that kicks off in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s. When we think of fascism, we don't generally think of the 1800s, much less the mid 1800s. And we definitely don't think of France, which is actually where we're going to get started, in Paris. In February of 1848, in Paris, an uprising is going to begin, which by the end of February 1848 is actually going to end the kingship of Louis Philippe, the last person in France to hold the title king. And why are we going to be talking about Paris, February 1848, a place where fascism really never came to power, much less 70 years before the real fascist party that will take power in Italy, Benito Mussolini's PNF, the National Party Fascisti? Why are we starting in Paris in 1848? Well, the reason is because I believe that a lot of the ideas that fascism comes to either co-opt or oppose can be found in this mid-century series of events that is so critical to world history, or at least European history, that few people actually know about. This is often called the Revolutionary Spring of Europe. If that sounds familiar, it's because a lot of historians will actually draw parallels between this event, the series of events in Europe in 1848, and the Arab Spring that takes place in 2011 in places like Egypt and Tunisia. The 1848 revolutions are a series of what, is probably most accurately called upheavals across European cities like Paris, Berlin, Vienna, Budapest, Naples, to some extent try to liberalize their societies, in some cases create nation states out of places that don't necessarily have national borders in the way that we would understand them today, and build something completely new. And of course, each one of these examples, be it in what we call today Hungary, in places like Italy that are actually the northern part of the Austrian Empire at this time, in Vienna, part of the Austrian Empire, or in Berlin, part of these Germanic states like Prussia or Paris, already kind of a nation state. They're all going to be doing different things. They're all going to have different political projects. But in the end, the ideas that foment here, liberalism, nationalism, socialism, conservatism, they're all going to be on display in 1848. They're all going to ferment together in a way that, in short, is going to set up some of the pain and discomfort that is occurring in Europe after World War I, after the Versailles Treaty in 1919, that is going to lead to fascists taking power in places like Italy, in big movements in places like Hungary and Romania, even in places like France and the UK, where there are going to be fledgling fascist movements that are just not going to take power. It all, in my opinion, traces back to a series of upheavals / revolutions / riots that take place in 1848. So let's talk about what happened in Paris in February 1848. There is an attempt by the King Louis Philippe to crack down on political banquets. You might say, political banquets? Do you mean like banquets as in dinners where people get dressed up nice and go eat like a fancy meal and maybe listen to a few speakers? Yes, that's actually what I mean. There was a law in 1835 promulgated by an increasingly conservative King Louis Philippe that banned political assemblies in France. It basically said, hey, all these people trying to put limitations on my monarchy, I might be a more populous king than some we've had before. I don't necessarily claim to be an absolute monarch, but what I certainly don't want is rabble-rousing political liberals. When we're talking about liberals in this case, we're talking about classical liberalism, not American leftism, we don't want these people clamoring around trying to put limitations on the monarchy. And we'll talk a little bit more about what kind of limitations those might have been as we progress in talking about 1848. But the point is that in 1835, political assemblies are banned in France. Political speech is limited and curtailed. And there is a loophole in the law that people start using because banquets themselves, for whatever reason, are not banned in 1835. So you can't gather on a plaza to protest the king. You can't march down to the palace. You can't go to Versailles and hold up a sign. What you can do is organize a dinner and chit-chat about current events. And so people start doing this en masse. And in particular, a little over a decade later, in 1847 and increasing up into 1848, we start to get more and more and more of these political banquets. Now, there's other things going on in society that matter. I don't want to get lost in only talking about these people attending banquets, which would have been people who were maybe in what we call today the elites, the aristocracy, perhaps even hereditary aristocracy that want to perhaps have more impact on the king, to place limitations on the king, but are not necessarily interested in what we would call mass politics and democracy. We're going to get to the quote unquote masses a little bit later, but know for this moment that what kind of kicks off this whole series of events in France in 1848 is these political banquets that start to really irritate King Louis Philippe and kick up a lot of discomfort in the monarchy. So what does King Louis Philippe do? All these liberal elites are meeting this aristocracy. They're having dinner. They're eating mashed potatoes and talking about what kind of limits they can place on the monarchy. So in 1848, the king, Louis Philippe, moves to actually close this banquet loophole in the 1835 law and ban even these political banquets as political assemblies. Now, Wikipedia, the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history, is going to call this a violent uprising. What happens next in February 1848 after these political banquets are banned by the king? Other authors like Christopher Clark, who writes a really excellent book on this subject, or Jonathan Sperber, I believe is his name, who wrote a book a little bit earlier on these 1848 revolutions. They're going to use the word upheaval to describe some of these things going on across Europe because it's hard to kind of put a single word on what happens. The basic thing, though, is that in February 1848, there is political unrest in the streets of Paris. And by February 24th, 1848, the king, Louis Philippe, is going to abdicate his place as king. He's going to be the last person in France to take the title king. And we are going to enter a phase in France, the Second Republic. There's going to be a provisional government that's going to hold elections for a constituent assembly. Let's write it up over here, Constituent Assembly. And this is the first assembly in 1848 that is going to, after it's all over and historians are starting to analyze it, be called the Revolution of Assemblies. We're going to have assemblies in Vienna, Budapest, Croatia. We're going to have them in Berlin, Munich. Don't want to repeat myself. So Naples, I think, Sicily. They're going to be all over, but let's keep it on France for the moment. The Constituent Assembly in France is going to be comprised of two broad wings, and they're going in this early phase of the Second Republic, have issues balancing the desires and the political dreams of these two wings in a satisfactory way. But first, I should say there is just a ton of optimism at this moment. There is a feeling that the people on the streets of Paris rose up. First, it was these liberals upset with their banquets being banned, but they were joined soon by the masses who were struggling quite a bit at this moment in time. First of all, there was industrial economic issues that really started to intensify in 1848. But if you think about the early half of the 19th century, you can think about Europe as a whole as an industrializing continent. We start to see the working class emerge, the urban working class that are going to be leaving rural areas. They're going to be leaving their perhaps their trade, their craftsmanship, their middle income sort of businesses that they have out either in the city or in rural areas. And they're going to be moving into much lower wage work, what the Marxists will eventually call wage slavery, in urban tenements that are super crowded, dark, multi-family, living situations, people working for wages that are super low, working to pay rents that are super high. There's going to be the emergence of a brand of socialism that's even going to predate Marx and Engels, who are writing in the mid-1840s, that demand better conditions for these working people. That intersects in this constituent assembly with what we could call more constitutional monarchy liberals. Okay, so let's imagine for a moment this. Let's say that there is a scale in the constituent assembly, and on one side we have the people who want social reforms, and on the other side we have people who want more generic liberal reforms. Now, what do we mean when we say liberal in this context? The king previously, and most kings over history, right? Most kings and queens, most monarchs, had what we would call in political science the divine right of kings. That is to say that monarchs would claim, my power comes from God. I am divinely chosen to rule, and therefore my power is absolute. There's really nothing that can limit that power in theory. This is given a political theoretical background in the mid-1600s by an author I'm sure whose name you've heard before, Thomas Hobbes. He wrote a book, I believe in 1641, called The Leviathan. And this is the birth of social contract theory. Thomas Hobbes said that before civilization, perhaps before the dawn of agriculture, when we're thinking about hunter-gatherers, when we're thinking about the stereotypical cavemen, people, humans, lived in what he called a state of nature that was brutish and short, as he put it. It's this dark place, this theoretical existence for human beings in which people are killing each other, stealing from each other. The only thing that truly matters among individuals is who has more power. And as you might imagine, in this theoretical state of nature that Hobbes creates, there's a lot of unhappiness, right? People are desperate to have some sort of order, to think if I forage some berries, like I don't need to worry about someone coming along and stabbing me for those berries. And so, again, this is all theoretical. According to Hobbes, what occurs in this state of nature is that all the people in this dark, brutish, short life, they come together to try to find a solution to this effective chaos and anarchy. And what they do is they give one person the title Leviathan, right? And if you look at the cover art of Leviathan, I don't know if that was contemporarily drawn or not, but you have this giant monarch-looking guy kind of over the horizon, looking down over the mountains. And the idea is that there is a theoretical, not a physical paper, but a theoretical, metaphorical, social contract that is signed between all the people and the Leviathan, the monarch, the absolute monarch, that says all the power goes to you, Mr. Monarch, and in exchange what we receive is protection from, one, each other, and two, from outsiders. And otherwise, you, the king, can do whatever you want. So there's no limitations on the power of the king. The only expectation on the king is that there is protection, physical protection. Now, you might say, wow, that doesn't sound all that great. And materially, what is the difference between a king saying, I have the divine right of God to rule over you absolutely, and I have the absolute right to rule over you because of some theoretical contract? If you're on the ground as a peasant, right, working the land for a landlord or scavenging or whatever it is that you're doing in this imaginary kingdom, your material difference between what Hobbes' theoretical, Leviathan contract looks like and just having a king being like, I have the power because God gave it to me, isn't that different. But it does set up a paradigm that is important for future thinkers, which is to say that there is now a contract between a ruler and people that didn't exist under this theoretical absolutism. And so if there's a contract, if there's a social contract, maybe we could alter the terms of that contract. And that's where you get thinkers like John Locke, who wrote, I believe in 1691, his name was John Locke with an E at the end. John Locke is going to look at the terms of the 1641, I believe, Leviathan social contract theorized by Hobbes and say, hey, first of all, that is a little too absolute for me. Giving all the power to the king with no condition seems a little bit extreme, but also your perception of like what humanity is quite dark, right? Like the idea that before there was a ruler, we were all just, stabbing and killing each other, and we were all just terrible. There was no cooperation, no altruism. That seems a bit dark for me. So John Locke says, what if we altered that social contract a little bit? What if we actually said we have a Leviathan, a monarch, we give power to a ruler, but we don't actually give them limitless power? What if, Locke theorizes in his 2 treatises of government, we place limitations on the monarch and said what obligations the monarch has to us as citizens, and what happens if those obligations are not met? Remember, in Hobbes, the Leviathan has no consequences. If he doesn't actually provide protection from, foes in and out of society, nothing that can be done. His power is absolute. The social contract is not broken. Locke says there are certain things that can basically not be upheld by a king that are going to make the social contract null and void. This is where we get the idea of negative rights. That is the idea that there are certain limitations on a monarch, certain things that a government cannot do. Locke says the obligations of the monarch are to provide for, oops, I made a mistake there. I almost wrote Locke's name twice. Life, this might sound familiar to you, life, liberty. What's the third one? If you're an American, you might think it's pursuit of happiness. It's actually property. So the obligation of the monarch in Lockean social contract theory is to preserve life, just like in the Hobbes one, protect us from, our neighbors, protect us from outsiders and war. But also, it's to not infringe on our liberty. That is to say, let us be free people going about doing certain things that we'd like to do, traveling perhaps, speaking perhaps. There's obviously some discussions about how far this goes. But then the third is protecting property rights. That is to say, if I have a plot of land, or if I have, we talked about foraging berries earlier, once I've foraged them on my land and put them in my house, they're mine. And if we have contract law, for example, that says that I will give berries to someone in exchange for some other good, etc., etc., these contracts, this property needs to be protected by the monarch. And most importantly, these are negative rights in the sense that they are things that the monarch cannot infringe upon. So the monarchy is no longer absolute. The monarchy cannot infringe on my liberty, however we decide in the social contract to define it. The government cannot take my life, except in moments in which the social contract would allow for such capital punishment in the case of a heinous crime. And the government will not just take my property, right? The government will not arbitrarily say, this is your house, we're going to build a castle here now, right? Now, in the West, of course, over time, we have the concept of, I forget what the word is, but basically, if we're going to build a highway, we can bulldoze your house, but we're going to have to compensate you, right? We can't take your property at will. We have to go through laws or social contract to figure out what the preconditions are for that seizure of property, right? So we are giving shall nots to the government. And if you're an American and you're familiar with the phrasing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the things that were accused of the King of England of not ensuring for the colonists in the 13 colonies in the United States, you'll understand the idea that comes to be the amendments to the American Constitution. The government shall not infringe on speech. The government shall not infringe on the rights of having militias that bear arms, or the Third Amendment, which we never talk about anymore, the quartering of troops, right? The government shall not do these things. Negative rights. This is the basis of Lockean social contract theory. We can now draw that straight line to the liberals in the Constituent Assembly in France in 1848. What the liberals want is a constitution. Some of them want a constitution. They want to continue the republic in France without a monarch at all, and simply say we will have a government with some of these negative rights. These are not things the government must do for you, you'll notice. These are not saying the government shall provide me with property. That's not what negative rights are. They're saying the government shall not infringe on my property. So the liberals in the Constituent Assembly, generally speaking, broad brushstrokes, want some of these negative rights. They want the government to be protecting certain things for the citizenry in France, things they accuse the former king, Louis Philippe, of not doing. For example, they want the government to ensure that there is no infringement from the government on things like free speech, those political banquets we were talking about earlier. And you'll notice that for a certain social class of people, this is probably all you might expect from government. If you're an aristocrat, if you're already rich, if you're already a business owner, you think, what should the government be doing? Well, the government should be leaving me alone. I'm fine. My material conditions are good. I own this, I own that, I have property. I, can feed myself and my family. I'm not in a particularly material condition suffering situation. I think I butchered that sentence. This is not a scripted video if you haven't noticed. I'm good. So the only things I want from my government is for my negative rights to be protected. I want to be protected more from the government, right, than anything else. But here's where we need to bring in the concept of the masses. Now, I don't want to caricature the masses. Sometimes when you hear like a Marxist theoretician out there who gives a lecture, they talk as if the masses are this one consciousness. And of course, that is part of the expectation of Marxism, is that there will be a class consciousness that's raised. Don't need to get into that too much, but the basic idea is that in the 1800s, in the early 1800s, the first decades of the 1800s, there is what we call the Industrial Revolution, sometimes the Second Industrial Revolution, because the first kicked off in the UK in like the 1760s, I think. You start to get these tools of automation or productivity increases. You get like a tool that can weave, a loom, for example, that can basically replace the clothier in a much quicker way, be far more efficient. You get machine tools that can assemble things. You get I believe iron and steel manufacturing. And what ends up happening is that a trend occurs in society. People who were doing all of these things manually, the artisan class of society in a pre-industrial world, they're now made gradually obsolete. Their trade, whatever made them special in society, is now being replaced by the work of machines that are far more efficient. This also takes place in the agricultural space. It takes less people to grow food to feed the population. And so you end up having artisans who are doing all these crafts I just described, and you have rural peasants who previously perhaps lived in a subsistence way at the behest of a landlord, moving from rural areas, coming into the cities, and beginning to fill up these new industrial areas. And as you know, if you've studied anything about the Industrial Revolution, that means that there are some growing pains in this increase in productivity. The economy is going up. Certain people, certain aristocrats that might end up being liberals, the ownership class, are going to be faring pretty well. But the toiling masses, so to speak, are going to start to live in pretty brutal conditions. And I actually wrote down a quote from Friedrich Engels. If you'll know, he's the one that co-authored my cat just meowed. That's okay. I'll just keep going. He's the one that co-authored the Communist Manifesto with Karl Marx, 1847, published in 1848. Not really a coincidence. The German ideology is going to be published, I believe, in 1846. And Engels provides something in 1845, a work called The Conditions of the Working Class. And he writes, referencing the life of people who are moving into these cities to live in crowded, dark tenements with multifamilies, to work for low wages, to experience unemployment and still have to pay rent, etc., etc. He writes, quote, "They were not human beings. They were merely toiling machines." The conditions on the ground are quite brutal. Another, non-communist, but I believe a socialist take on some of the conditions can be found in actually the fictitious account of Upton Sinclair, The Jungle, which, if you learned about The Jungle, if you had to read it in school, your teacher might have led you to believe that this was a book about dirty meat, because it is about the meat packing industry in Chicago at the turn of the 20th century. It is a fictional account based on Upton Sinclair's actual visit to meat packing plants to see the conditions of actually the working class and, to a certain extent, the animals actually that we slaughter in these meat packing places. So if you're like, oh, I don't want to read a Marxist text by Friedrich Engels, go ahead and read Upton Sinclair. I don't think it's really up for debate that to be someone who was a peasant for a landlord, to come into the city to work for a very small wage, sucked. Okay, it's not necessarily a historical term, but the basic premise is that to be a poor person in an urban environment in the mid 1800s was not fun. What you get then is a politics that is more social, right? Social as in, what do we owe each other as a society? Now, Marxism doesn't technically exist yet. It is going to come into existence in the late 1840s, and is going to become a popular specific form of socialism through the rest of the 1800s. But what you get in the first decades of the 1800s is more utopian socialism. That is the idea that we as a society should either live in much smaller groups and take care of each other, or, as we're going to see in the Constituent Assembly in France, we should have a government that ensures basic things for the population. So if you don't have a job, the government should give you a job. If you don't have food, the government should give you food. If you're unable to work because you've lost your hand in a machine in a factory, the government and maybe the company that you worked for by law should help you out to make sure that we as a society are able to take care of one another. Now, obviously, I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but now consider that obligation the government has in the context of social contract theory, where in the Lockean sense, the government shall not infringe upon your life. The government shall not stop you from living a life of liberty and pursuing the things you'd like to pursue. It will not infringe upon your property arbitrarily. There will be laws, there will be contracts that say what is yours and what is mine. Notice that none of these things are things that the government shall proactively take action on. They're more about prohibitions of things the government shall not do. You are, when you enter this realm of conversation, beginning to define the basic political tension that still defines our politics today. What is the role of government? Should it be a thing that stands back and basically lets the status quo continue, or let things evolve naturally with only interventions to protect these basic things? Or should the government be proactively providing for the people? These are debates that are happening then, they're happening now. They're happening in the Constituent Assembly in the spring of 1848. There are liberals that want to simply assure that there is no tyrannical power in society, right? The king has left. The king is no longer absolute. But even if we bring some sort of a monarch back in a constitutional monarchy, we want to be a lot more limiting on the king's power. This divine right of kings must go away. We chopped a dude's head off in the late 1700s, right? The king that was executed during the French Revolution because of the fact that we think that the king should not be absolute. In this case, we think the king should be gone and dead. But even here, the king has abdicated. And, there are liberals that say maybe we'll have a king again, but that king should be limited. At the very least, we should have a constitution in France that assures negative rights for the people. On the other side of the Constituent Assembly, you have people who are more social. They want there to be basic guarantees of subsistence and assistance from the government for the people. This leads the provisional government to set up something under this pressure. And there's a whole story about this very kind of populist social guy, Jean something. Somebody in the comments can tell me what his specific name was, but he basically busts in and says, all you liberal aristocrats with your negative rights, you are ignoring the toiling masses, as Friedrich Engels put it. We need to have a proactive government in France. Our Second Republic needs to be doing things that help people feel material benefits in this toiling, terrible place, in these urban environments. If people can't work, we need to be providing them jobs. We need to be providing them dignity. And so the provisional government sets up workshops. Now, when you think of workshops today, you think of like a place where people are like assembling teddy bears or something, right? There's a little bit of an artisan vibe to it. What we're talking about in this 1848 version of workshops is literally, it is a place where you go, you get a little stamp that says, I can weld. I can put widgets together. I am great at calligraphy. I can whatever. I can operate machinery. I can grow food. And you go around the city to these shops and you say, I can work and I shall work, because the government says that everyone who has skills shall have a job. Okay, this is now a positive assurance beyond just the liberal dreams of what the government shall not do. It is now a system, effectively a bureaucracy, to ensure people can work. Sorry, I just had to take a little drink there. Now, maybe you say, oh, I agree with those politics. I think the government should assure work for people. Or maybe you say, I think that's a terrible idea. The government shouldn't be involved in the economy in such a way, in such a hands-on way. I'm more of a negative rights person. None of that really matters in the analysis of this event because the provisional government threw this crap together, to put it bluntly. And what actually happened is people were getting these like stamps and they were going around to shops and there basically wasn't enough work to go around. And this stuff was so improvised and so quick and so done under duress as a constituent assembly, it doesn't go so great. So what happens? Well, in June of 1848, the government decides, hey, these workshops, they ain't working. We're going to get rid of them. We're not going to have this. And what kicks off in June of 1848 is described basically as riots. I've even seen it described as like open civil war in the streets of Paris, where people who maybe weren't super satisfied with the workshops were nonetheless reliant on that income because life was pretty miserable in 1847, 1848. There was, an imperfect solution, these workshops that were promised, and then that rug was pulled out from under people within months, right? The Constituent Assembly, it forms probably in late February, 1848, March. I'm not totally sure on the timeline there, but within April, May, June, right? 3 months, basically a financial quarter, this lifeline the government is basically assured to people is gone. And keep in mind, this is already a provisional government that's had elections or whatever and is now a constituent assembly that is trying to build a new government for France. As it happens, it is hard to bring order to revolutions. The violence that takes place in June is massive. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the Minister of War, because remember, there's no king and king's guard to do anything now. The Minister of War is going to crack down on these riots, on this basically open warfare in the streets of Paris with brutal force. And you can start to see the issues that are playing out in France as a tension between, remember, the conservatives are out of power, right? And when I say conservative, I mean the monarchy, the monarchists, the people who say that there should be not even these negative rights, or that they should be quite limited negative rights of just the aristocracy, just the most privileged hereditary class, right? These conservatives don't want liberal reforms, much less these social reforms, like the idea that the king must assure work for people. That's not what these conservatives want. But keep in mind, in February, they've already been ejected from power. They're gone for the moment, right? And so the people most empowered to do things are the provisional government, these constituent assembly, these liberals who are under pressure from the social wing of the assembly to do things. When all this starts to break down in the streets, what you have is, for the first time, not these liberals just thinking, oh, the socialists are pushing us further than we'd like to go. What you have is this sense among the liberals that if you have universal suffrage, that is, if everyone can have a vote, and if you formulate politics around the masses, around the people, the result is riots, chaos. And so what happens then? The liberals, and remember, we're just talking in broad brushstrokes here. I don't have, it's not as though all of this is unified. There are people who are in between these factions. There are people who are like, I'm a conservative. I want a king who provides material benefits. I'm a liberal who really wants to have a king, but I want him to be limited in his powers, right? There's lots of overlaps. I'm drawing broad brushstrokes. I'm going to be doing that in this video. Don't seek perfection from my descriptions here. What we're looking for is the broad ideas that are going to build to fascism in the early 1900s. So for the first time, you have the liberal class basically fearing the more radical socialists. And basically, this is when the Constituent Assembly and the revolution of 1848 that brings about the Second Republic in France starts to fall apart. So we had a first phase in the spring and early summer of 1848 in which the king is gone, he abdicates. There is a Constituent Assembly, a revolutionary Constituent Assembly that tries to place a constitution on the table that is going to limit the power of government, be it a monarch or in this case, a republic without a monarch, but it's going to place limits on the power structures of government. the president of the French Republic. We're also going to have these pushes for things like social reforms, workshops, things that are going to improve the material conditions of the working class, the toiling class. That all erupts into violence, and this is when the revolution starts to fall apart. In October, this is when the conservatives start to regain their confidence, start to reassert themselves, and it is when the liberals, out of fear of the masses, out of fear of more socialist reforms, start to actually team up with the conservatives to bring back law and order. This teaming up of reformers and conservatives, this teaming up of different ways that people think power should be managed, is one of the reasons I'm bringing this into a lecture on fascism, because what socialism, what we'll call Marxism, which, remember, the Communist Manifesto is written in 1847, published in 1848. So Marxism is just emerging in this period. It doesn't really have that name even yet, right? That's going to develop as the most cogent and coherent version of socialism as the 1800s roll along. But what we're going to see is that conservatives, liberals, reformers, religious people, monarchists, Republicans, they're basically all going to look at the Marxist and they're going to say, that looks like chaos to us. We don't want our status quo to change so much that we empower the masses to take all law and order away. We don't want riots on the streets. We want order. So what is the consequence here? Because we've really been focused on France. There is a man named Napoleon, the nephew of the Napoleon, who takes power after the French Revolution at the end of the 1700s. He runs actually to be president of the Republic, and he's extremely popular, and he is elected. And this marks the beginning of the end of the revolution in France, because within 3 years, by 1852, President Louis Napoleon, is going to become Emperor Napoleon III, and thus will end the Second French Republic, and thus will end any of the political machinations, and everything will be subsumed into Louis Napoleon, or Napoleon III's, new government in France. So basically we go from a king to a republic, a revolutionary assembly that's going to experiment a little bit with social rights, positive rights, the things the government owes you. And then we're going to go back to, more or less absolute power and emperor, right? So we swing to the extremes. We never bring back the king, but we are going to change basically from something that seems super unliberal to something that becomes liberal with splashes of socialism here and there to back to authoritarian, anti-liberal. Now, there is some subtlety to the rulership of Napoleon III, but before we get into that, I wanted to make sure that we speak about the movement all around Europe, okay? Because I focused on France here because something is missing from the French equation. We have conservatives, we have liberals, we have socialists, but there is a fourth ism, liberalism, socialism, conservatism. There is a fourth ism that is in the mix around the rest of Europe, because 1848 is not exclusively a French phenomenon. I think I alluded to it earlier, but now it is time to make it explicit. The French incident, the cracking down on the political banquets that leads to the uprising, that brings in the masses eventually, that leads to the abdication of Louis Philippe, that's not the only thing that happens in Europe. And in fact, all over Europe, I'll put up a little map here. You don't need to look at it in specifics, but just look for little red marks and flames where there are uprisings all over France and Europe. Actually, not all over France. I think it's only in Paris. But the point being, there are uprisings all across Europe, upheavals all across Europe. Some of them are going to be riots. Some of them are going to be revolutions. Some of them are going to be rebellions, right? Upheavals. It's hard to find the exact perfect word for these things. But they are all going to be taking place across Europe. Now, France is first in February, but then in March you have Berlin, Vienna, you have Budapest, you have a Croatian nationalist movement that springs up. You have Naples, Sicily. I could just keep naming things, but you get the idea. There are across Europe these upheavals. And what makes the rest of them different than France is that in France, there's already the concept of the nation. Okay? The concept of the nation is the idea that not just geographical borders matter when we refer to like a country, but that there is a a spiritual aspect to being a country that we would call the nation. That is, that we share culture, we share language, we have a shared history, perhaps we have shared values. And there is a book, I'm just going to pull it off my shelf right here. I just happen to have it. Imagine Communities. I believe this was published in the early 80s by Benedict Anderson. I would not recommend reading this book necessarily. It's not particularly long, but it is an extremely dense book. And I kind of remember when I read this book, I struggled to follow. And I'd love to say that I buckled up and read it again. But this book is fairly not worn because I read through this once and it was like, okay, that's enough. The point is, the basic argument of Benedict Anderson is that nations are imagined communities. Now, what is an imagined community? Well, if you are in a nation today, something that you would call a nation, right? Politicians in our era say, oh, we the nation of the United States of America. Our nation is a great little nation. Or even Hugh Grant in Love Actually, I think it's what it's called, that Christmas movie. He's like, we're a small nation, but we're a powerful one, right? Referring to the UK when he meets the American president. I just butchered that anecdote and that quote from that movie. Don't kill me. The point is that we think of ourselves as a coherent group. And yet, I know one person from Idaho. Right? I'm in Washington, D.C. I know one person from Idaho. And yet, I imagine myself to be in a community with that person of Idaho because not only do I live in the geographical borders of the United States, I don't know that person, but I presumably share some culture with that person, some shared American history. I probably speak the same language as them, English, right? And let's not get into the multilingual aspects of American culture, but you see the point. Imagine community means you can have a community with someone who you've never met. And just to be clear, it is not to say that these communities are not real. It is to say that we construct them almost in a metaphysical way by having shared culture, heritage, language, history, values, etc. That is the basic concept of nationalism. And that is the missing piece of the puzzle here in France specifically. Because in France, you kind of already have this going on. France has a longer tradition of the idea of the French nation, égalité, fraternité from the French Revolution, than some of the other places in Europe that have upheavals in 1848. The best example is the Germanic states. So think about what was the center of the Holy Roman Empire. All of these principalities, Bavaria, Prussia, right? You just get these small little places ruled over by, fiefdoms and princes and kings. And then there's the overarching Holy Roman Emperor, but whatever, the Germanic states are all split. And what we would call Germany today is not actually going to unify until 1871 under Otto von Bismarck. And yet there is a sense in these states that there is something shared Germanic across all of these principalities. We all speak German. We speak German up here in Berlin. We, speak German in Vienna and Austria. Perhaps we are something more. And so in March of 1848, you have uprisings that look kind of similar to France's uprising. That is, that they form assemblies in places like Vienna and Berlin and Budapest. And you have often the running out of town of monarchs and authority, these conservative authorities at first. You have the ongoing revolution of assemblies, as Christopher Clark puts it. And you have a sense that there should be something different. You have a very famous Frankfurt assembly in Paul's Church, Paulskirche in Frankfurt, in which there are similar dynamics as there are in the French Constituent Assembly. In the Frankfurt Assembly, you have liberals and you have some socialists. The liberals, generally speaking, in Frankfurt want to build a constitutional monarchy. They want to have a limited monarchy, just like some of the liberals in France. So they don't necessarily want to completely rid themselves of a king or a queen, but they just want to have limits on it, right? But the difference is that in Frankfurt, there are other things going on. One is that there are just like in France, there are people who want different things and start forming actually rival assemblies, right? There's a craftsman assembly, if I'm not mistaken, that basically tries to create a rival assembly to the Frankfurt liberals to talk explicitly about building a socialist or a social republic or even social monarchy that can provide for people in positive ways. Remember, we have the positive things the government shall do for people. But you also have this added sense of nationalism. Even though Vienna is in Austria, even though Berlin is in Prussia, even though Frankfurt is in like a Bavarian principality, I believe, even though all these places are technically ruled by different people, there is a desire to bring all those people together into one political entity, into one nation state. That is something pretty darn new in Europe, and it adds a dimension to all these other revolutions, because it's a little bit simpler in France, right? One man's liberalism, one man's socialism, conservative forces come in, shut the whole thing down. We get Louis Napoleon III. Okay, now add in this fourth manifestation of the revolutions in 1848, nationalism, and you get things that are pretty complicated. For example, there's a revolutionary assembly in Vienna that wants to potentially join a Germanic nation. There is an Austrian emperor, Ferdinand I, who wants to keep his multi-ethnic empire together. You have people in Croatia, you have people in Hungary, you have people in Vienna, Austria, right? You have people in northern Italy that are all technically under the Austrian emperor, right? Even though they're not Austrian and, presumably they're not speaking German. They don't have that shared heritage, culture, language, values necessarily that all the Germanic tribes have. And so you get very awkward tensions. For example, in the Austrian Empire, you have the best illustration of these tensions when in Budapest, there is a desire in the Diet of Budapest, this revolutionary diet, to build a Hungarian nation state that will exist outside, presumably, of the Austrian Empire. What is the problem? Well, the problem is that not everyone, not everyone necessarily in Hungary has the exact same, what we call Hungary today, in the Kingdom of Hungary has the exact same nationality. The same occurs in Croatia. I actually wrote down the name of the Croatian assembly, the Croat Sabor. Ooh, that's a cool name for an assembly. But in Budapest, there is an ethnic minority that wants to build a Hungarian nation. There are minorities that are not super down for that necessarily. And actually, the Croatians, who theoretically want their own nation state as well, are actually going to join with the conservative imperial forces of Ferdinand I of Austria, the emperor of this Austrian Empire, to put down some of the assemblies. So you have nationalists who theoretically want to have their own nation state, but who realize that actually the best way to preserve their national culture and language is to resist the national movements in other places to stay in a multi-ethnic Austrian empire. If it sounds a little confusing, it's because all of these crossed wires of nationalism, socialism, liberalism, and conservatism, it's probably why you might not have heard too much about 1848, because it gets so complicated, and because people in northern Italy are technically in the Austrian Empire, right? That's confusing. People in Sicily have Ferdinand II, not Ferdinand I, that they're going to overthrow, right? But Ferdinando, right? Like, I don't know if he was ethnically Sicilian or not, but what you have is you have people who are kings over groups of people who are not necessarily of that nationality. So the Habsburg Empire, the Habsburgs who run the Austrian Empire, are not going to share language and culture with the Croatians or the Hungarians, right? But they're going to rule over them anyway. And part of what the nationalists want is potentially to have monarchs that are at the very least going to share the culture of the nation state, share the language. So in the Frankfurt Parliament, you have an offering actually to, let me look on my paper what the guys, it's the fourth, what is it? The Prussian King William IV, I presume it's actually Wilhelm, he's a German prince, and he is offered actually the right to be the constitutional monarch in a unified German nation state. And he turns this down because he says, hey, I actually believe in the divine right of kings. I would not take my authority as a gift or as a contract with an elected parliament. That violates my understanding of what it means to be a king, to be a monarch. And so actually, he is the one that brings down this parliament eventually in these Germanic states. And you have these alliances between monarchs. So the Austro-Russian forces are actually the ones that bring an end to some of the revolutions in places like Budapest and Vienna and Croatia, because the Russian Tsar is in league with the Austrian emperor to make sure that there aren't constitutional monarchies all around Europe. Because, hey, if there's a constitutional monarchy in my neighboring country, then what does that foretell of the future of my monarchy? This was roughly called the Metternich system prior to 1848. It's a conservative system of basically an alliance or a union of monarchs that say, if there are demands in other places for constitutional monarchy, for more liberal constitutions that infringe on the rights of monarchs to rule absolutely, we will work together to make sure those things are brought down. And that is the penultimate, that is the next to last lesson of 1848, is that eventually all of these competing things result in a return to a conservative state of affairs. So ultimately, in 1848, what you have is all of these competing ideas, socialism, liberalism, nationalism. They fight with each other. They build assemblies. They have outbursts of violence. And eventually you have conservative forces of monarchs, even from foreign empires, coming together to put all these assemblies down. The Frankfurt Assembly is put down. The Vienna Assembly is put down. The Budapest, the Croatian, the French one, which we already talked about. There are assemblies in Naples. There are assemblies in Sicily we've already talked about. They're all going to be put down, and they're going to basically be returned into the status quo that we came to expect, that we understood in 1848, which leads a lot of people to say that the revolutions of 1848 were meaningless, because what actually happened was a return to a conservative status quo. You have Napoleon III, who comes to power in France. You have the reassertion of the Habsburgs in the Austrian Empire. Whatever was being achieved by these liberals in creating these assemblies temporarily for a blip of history are put down, and we return to a world of emperors and kings, and that's going to last until World War I. But I said that was the next to last lesson of 1848. Let me actually list the sources here. I don't want to be seen co-opting anyone else's thesis here. Christopher Clark wrote in 2023 a book called Revolutionary Spring. The book's a little hard to read, I'll be honest. There's a lecture by Christopher Clark online that has him effectively giving a lecture version of the first chapter of this book. I think it's a lot more engaging. He even sings in it. He's pretty cool. The book itself is quite dense, and it's more of a social history. It's a little hard to keep up with. Sorry, I like his work was so important to this. I'm not knocking the book. It's more a book for people who are super passionate about all the details. There's another book, came a little early, 2005, The European Revolutions by Jonathan Sperber. Sperber, if he's German, but I think he's not German. He's probably British or American. The conclusion that these two men come to, these two historians who've written extensively about 1848 and their revolutions, their revolts, their violent uprisings, as Wikipedia puts it, or upheavals, is that even though it looks like the 1848 revolutions failed and were put down, and indeed they did get put down, what actually emerges in Europe after the 1848 revolutions is a move in the direction of the liberals and of the nationalists in broad brushstrokes. So let me give you the example of Napoleon III. Napoleon III does not come into power in that presidential election. Remember, he's elected in late 1848, or maybe it's early 1849, as the president of the French Republic. It's only a few years later that he's going to become Emperor Napoleon III. How does he get elected? Well, first of all, to be elected by the masses means that in a way you must be interested in what we can call mass politics. So even though the assembly is gone, you stripped away the infrastructure of the elected assembly, you keep the elections. You keep the mass politics. You keep the idea that leaders are responsible to the masses in material ways. What Napoleon offers to the people when he's elected is that very standard law and order. I will bring all the riots to an end. I will bring the lynchings to an end. I will bring you a society where we are not going back and forth on workshop policies. We are not flip-flopping in a way that arouses the angst and the anger and the violence of the masses. But I will bring you material benefits. I will offer you, in effect, some of the things that the socialists were offering, only in an authoritarian way. Do you see where I'm going with this? Authoritarianism does not necessarily mean going back to the desolation of the pre-1848 economic situation, though conditions for workers don't necessarily improve over the rest of the 1800s. But going to authoritarianism actually can mean getting some prosperity, some material benefits. And there is an idea that is intrinsic to this paradigm, which is that the liberals were offering rights to the individual ownership class. The liberals were saying, you can be free by the government leaving you alone. You can be free by the government saying, I won't infringe on your property. I won't infringe on your liberty. I won't infringe on your life without due process, right? Without some reason. That is an individualistic paradigm, that our liberty, our flourishing can be found by the government taking its foot or taking its hand out of things, right? The invisible hand of the market, Adam Smith kind of stuff. What the authoritarians like Napoleon III are going to offer, even kind of to a certain extent what Otto von Bismarck, who unifies the Germanic states eventually in 1871, is going to take from 1848, because Otto von Bismarck is around and he's going to unify these German states eventually, right? What they take is a sense that liberty is not necessarily found in the individual. Liberty is found in the collective. That in our imagined communities where we don't necessarily know one another, we can nonetheless find liberation together by rowing in the same direction under the leadership of someone strong who assures us law and order. And we can do that through mass politics. We can elect people who basically understand the general will, that's an important term we're going to return to, that understand the general will of society in a way that can lead us to prosperity, to human flourishing, to national flourishing, that lead us to liberty without the paradigm of the individuals that are insisted upon by the liberal constitutionalists, the liberals offering us a constitutional monarchy, or the liberals offering us a republic with a strict constitution of negative rights. It's going to I just got my notes here. It's going to influence people like Giuseppe Manzini, who is a Italian nationalist who exists in this period and into the late 1800s. He is going to use the concept of a nation state, of these imagined communities. And this is where things get really interesting and why I've gone on this long journey with you to bring us to fascism, because he is going to start to use mystical, metaphysical terms to describe the nation. He's going to use ideas like moral purpose, the duty of history, right? He's going to say that nation states can bring ideals to reality through action. This is super interesting, and I don't want to dwell too long on it, but I feel like I'm doing you a disservice if I don't point this out. If you can dream it, you can make it reality, right? This is actually not philosophically incogent or non-cogent. This is actually a response to some of the claims of socialists, some of the claims of this emerging Marxist not Leninism, Marxism. Lenin's going to come in like 1917 to take power in the Bolshevik Revolution, and then we'll call it Marxism-Leninism. Marxism. What is Marxism? What is the fundamental philosophical basis of Marxism? It is actually a response to Hegel, the philosopher, who wrote about idealism in philosophy as the idea that and this is broad brushstrokes, but basically the absolute ideal exists. The land of ideas is actually the basis of reality. I'm butchering the theory a little bit, but the idea is that, again, if you can dream it, you can make it real, right? And I'm just using some shorthand here, but the idea that comes in works like the German ideology from Marx and Engels in the mid-1840s, and then becomes an explicit political platform in something like the Communist Manifesto, and then later in the 1800s, Das Kapital, is an analysis of history, of philosophy that is not idealistic like Hegel is, though Marx is influenced by Hegel directly. He doesn't have a personal problem with Hegel. He just contradicts his thesis, is that reality is based not in idealism, not in the land of ideas. History is based, philosophy should be based, our analysis should be understood through the lens of material conditions. This is why in the Marxist tradition, you will hear something like scientific materialism. That is the idea that we can understand where a society is and where it's going by looking at the fights between different economic classes, but that is all based in materialism, what is actually physically tactile in society. And you'll notice the socialist tradition says, how can we improve at a fundamental level? This is what unites social democrats and your Stalinists, right? Across that spectrum of the Marxist left, be it reformist or radical revolutionary, is that the basis of our politics should be through material improvements for the working class. That is what the workshops were in the National Assembly of France. And what I'd like to tell you is that even though this was a reaction to conservatism, this was a reaction to absolute authoritarianism, that what the authoritarians, what the nationalists eventually, what Napoleon III is going to take away is not that we need to go back 100% to the status quo, but that there was something in that. There was something in the idea that material benefits for people are potentially the work of government. Now, obviously there are rudiments of this throughout history, right? You know, a Roman emperor could base a lot of his popularity in the capital on how much grain was distributed, right? Panem and circenses, I can't remember the exact phrasing, but bread and circuses, right? Entertainment and bread. So fill people's belly, but also give them a little bit of, entertainment. And maybe that's a little bit more non-material. We'll come back to that. But the idea is that you have that rudiment of what a government owes its citizens early on. The 1793 Constitution of the French Revolution, it not only assured, liberty and equality in the negative Lockean sense, not just in the sense that the American Constitution and the American Declaration of Independence were based on. Because remember, the American Revolution predates the French Revolution. Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration of Independence, is a huge Francophile. He loves the French Revolution. Ooh, I wasn't pointing the mic at me. I'm sorry. I hope you could hear me this whole time. I actually wrote this down because I figured I'd eventually get here in this lecture. I wrote down a quote from the French Constitution of 1793. Society owes maintenance to unfortunate citizens, work or means of existence. So this took the form in the French Revolution as public schooling, in theory, and public relief for the poor. So even before the 1848 revolutions, before we have a cogent idea of Marxism, of course, we have the rudiments of these positive rights through, bread, grain in Rome, or society owes maintenance, right, in the French Constitution. This is part of what makes up the revolutionary core of this era and what makes the 1840s such an interesting moment of, to borrow the phrasing again, fermentation, this archipelago of arguments. What is the actual role of government? And over the course of the rest of the 1800s, we are going to have a nationalism that emerges and different nationalists who are arguing. I just mentioned one, Giuseppe Mazzini, who is going to want to unify all these nation states, but they're not going to necessarily want to unify them in order to have boring, absolute constitutional monarchies. There is an idea that nationalism can also bring ideas into action, that it can be an answer to Marxism's raw materialism, and it can bring, as we're going to see through some of the revolutionary syndicalists like Georges Sorel in France, that nationalism can actually be a dream that provides myths to people that they can rally around to bring into existence. It's going to be an answer to the Marxist hard materialism that really the only thing that matters is the things that we can see with our eyes, hear with our ears, touch with our hands when analyzing history and class conflict. And actually what human beings really need deep down is something to believe in. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? There is a metaphysical aspect to nationalism, these imagined communities that make them a somewhat confusing, but also obviously compelling political project for people. Where this is best expressed prior to 1848, and the last stop on our journey before we start to talk about Italy, Mussolini, and Italian fascism, is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I'm going to set down my notes real quick. In 1762, Jean-Jacques Rousseau writes the social contract theory. So Hobbes's book is called Leviathan, I believe. Locke's The Two Treatises on Government. They're both social contract books. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, I should write his name. It's a little hard to spell sometimes if you're not a French person and you just get lots of random vowels. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, he's Swiss actually. He writes something called The Social Contract, which is his book, his main work. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I've got a book on Rousseau's political writings. This must be from undergrad. I don't remember this from grad school. This must be from undergrad. So this book is probably, original copyright 1988. Goodness gracious. Okay. I was not in undergrad in 1988. Don't worry. I wasn't even born. Okay. On social contract or principles of political right, page 84. So he writes, Rousseau does. Let's look at him real quick. There he is. There's our boy, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He writes his book on social contract theory, and it is the most influential when it comes to 20th century political machinations. It's going to have an impact on not just political progressives in places like the United States. It's going to have an impact on what we will call fascists. Rousseau writes about the general will. And if you take nothing else from Rousseau, remember the general will. Because Rousseau basically posits, and again, I'm just giving broad brushstrokes of theory here, that the role of government is not just to protect us from physical harm and outside invasion, as in the case of Thomas Hobbes. It is not merely to basically stay out of the way of our liberty, life, and property, as in the paradigm of Locke. What Rousseau argues is that if we amalgamate the interests and needs of industry, of citizens, of government, of economic needs, of spiritual needs, almost like a quasi-religious paradigm for government, we acquire something called the general will. And how to deduce the general will is, of course, a matter of a lot of debate and theoretical frameworks that are going to come after Rousseau. But the basic concept here is that people need something to believe in. People need something to guide them. And whether we democratically choose by voting the general will, or whether we have an authoritarian who simply knows what is best, that there is a spiritual, quasi-spiritual project for us to work towards. That actually the government owes us a project, a dream. And if it's not delivered, then we can overthrow that government. Rousseau's version of government is participatory. And it is based on, I believe, the quote, two heads of an eagle. That is the political and the religious aspects. And religion, in this case, I believe, it's been a while since I've looked through Rousseau, is not simply saying that we should have churches or something. It is saying that there is the political aspect of society that is about a little bit more like the Marxists and the materialists. There's also the religious side that is like, what are we working towards? What are we dreaming about? What are we working on? And people like the nationalists are going to say that the glory of the nation, that our shared culture and borders and language and history are the things we should be working towards in the general will, this collective version of liberty. that's heavily influenced by the idea of the general will by Rousseau, and is different. It is not individualistic in nature. It is mass politics in nature, because it is not about negative rights. It is about a positive vision for society. Fascists are going to take the general will and they're going to morph it into the leader's will. And it's going to become even more metaphysical than it already has been, because fascists are going to argue that the general will, what Rousseau says, like, we should have participatory government, we should choose the general will together in some way. Fascists are actually going to discount democracy. It's one of the things that fascists are against. And they're going to say, actually, the general will is not merely the combination of interests now. The general will, the good of society, the political project that we're working on, is actually the combination of interests and desires of ourselves today and of the citizens and the people of the nation of the past and of the future. The general will, therefore, cannot be deduced democratically today, because that only reflects the interests of today. We need, to use a Nietzschean term, which we're going to come back to, an Übermensch, a above person, a pinnacle leader, who is going to deduce through genius the wishes, desires, and interests of the nation, past, present, and future. If that doesn't sound a little bit strange, spiritual, mystical, you're crazy. All right. That is what I would say is, if you boil or simmer down your fascism sauce, that is the core, is this metaphysical belief that the past, present, and future need to be built through struggle, that the general will needs to be deduced quite often through a single individual, that we actually are not looking back purely to a conservative status quo that existed before. We're not looking to simply bring back the king, bring back authoritarianism with nothing in mind other than going back to law and order that we understood before that feels more comfortable. We are looking to build something in the future. We are looking to build a political project, a dream that is going to come to fruition through our struggle. And as dark as it sounds, through our shared blood. Now, this is the first time I'm using blood in this video. I want to be extremely careful. We are going to explore next Italian fascism. And when I talk about shared blood in Italian fascism, we're really talking about the shedding of blood. That is to say that World War I is this moment in which we all literally bled for the nation. And now, because we've bled for the nation, we should rule the nation. And we should push the nation to rebuild the Roman Empire, and we should shed blood then, again, for this national project. It is not intrinsically a racial blood. And so if you hear, I don't even remember where I heard this, blood and soil as a short mnemonic, as a shorthand version for if blood and soil, then fascism, if not blood and soil, then not fascism, that's incorrect, because that discounts the very first fascism, Italian fascism, and so it doesn't count. When we talk about blood and soil, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but I think it's really important to emphasize, blood and soil is a German translation, or an English translation of German, Blut und Boden. Blut and Boden is the idea that there is a genetic, a biological blood that we share as a nation, that actually, in a metaphysical sense, in a spiritual sense, in a quasi-religious sense, our blood and the soil interact together, right? If that sounds a little weird to you, think about like the body of Christ, right? In communion, right? That there's a concept in certain denominations of Christianity that when you drink the blood in communion, that is the red wine or maybe the grape juice like I got growing up in the Methodist church, when you drink that, it literally becomes blood, the blood of Christ. The bread becomes literally the body of Christ, right? It's a metaphysical belief that defies standard physics, right? The blood and soil argument from the Germans that we're going to talk about in our third section of this video is about a metaphysical belief that the nation is Aryan, is pure, is blood, is biological, and that blood actually binds us to the soil. We're going to talk about the thinker a little bit who brought those ideas to bear. But I just want to point out here, I want to put a pin in this as we move on to Italian fascism, that Italian fascism insofar as blood is even involved at all, is about the shared shedding of blood through struggle, through war, through action. That's what makes Italian fascism part of what it is. It is not biological blood. It is not the idea of a master race necessarily. I think one of the authors, it's either Stanley Payne or Robert Paxton or Griffin. Oh my gosh, I read a lot of authors. I'm sorry, I have a whole list here. Oh, my cat is sitting on my list of authors. Girl, can I have this? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, whatever. I don't know. This can't fall apart this early. I haven't even gotten to any straightforward definitions of fascism yet. They call Italian racism, one of those authors that I read calls Italian racism, it's not biological, it's not blood and soil, it's not Blut und Boden, it's garden variety. And that's not to excuse it. The Italians did nightmarish things in some of their colonies. There's even quasi-proto concentration camps. But what is not occurring in Italy is the blood and the racial supremacy stuff is it's almost not present until German stuff starts to interfere basically in Italian politics in the late 1930s. And insofar as it does exist, it is like your grandma doesn't like the racial minority down the street kind of racism. It is not we are the master race kind of stuff. And in fact, Mussolini is going to find all this stuff kind of distasteful, funny enough. Not to say that Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy, is like a progressive when it comes to race. It's just that he's going to look at the Germans and be like, what the hell are you talking about with your Aryan master race stuff? At first. Later, he's going to kind of fall for it. But particularly when it comes to the Jewish question, the Italians, first of all, Italian fascism is flush with Jewish people. And it's not going to be until late into its rule, over a decade into Italian fascism, that you're going to have racial laws. And then in a short-lived and puppet state under Benito Mussolini that is actually kind of run by the Germans, you're going to have this idea of deportations, etc., of Jews. That all comes later. It is not integral to Italian fascism. I realize that this all seems like a weird detour, a ramble, but I just think it's so critical for you to understand that there is a difference, and that fascism in its biological racism form is a German innovation. It's going to spread to places like Romania, but it is not intrinsic to what fascism is. You do not need biological racism to have fascism. And if that is the bar you set, what you're actually doing is setting a bar that would preclude so many versions of fascism that do exist out in the world, or proto-fascism, para-fascism, as Stanley Payne puts it in one of his seminal works that kind of kicks off the academic understanding of fascism. If you set the bar too high and you say, unless there's like biological racism and concentration camps and all this sort of stuff, it's not fascism, that's wrong. And it lends itself to, sorry, I had to pause for a second just to swallow. I've been talking for a while. I need to take a drink. It lends itself to basically dismissal of legitimate concerns of rising authoritarianism. And one of the theses that I want to come away with from this video for you is that fascism is actually far more common and a little bit harder to pin down than you would imagine. But that also means that if you see something, say something, that fascism is a lot more common out there than you would imagine. But also second, that there is a academic discussion about what fascism is that's incredibly important to understand, and that fascism in an academic sense, and particularly in a theoretical sense before fascists take power, is different than the fascism that ultimately rules. And these interactions between particularly conservatives and fascists are really important to hone in on as we're understanding it. And if you understand that dynamic of conservatism interacting with fascism, they're not the same thing. In fact, fascists are generally anti-conservative. Remember, they're talking about building a future, building something different, struggling to build a nationalist utopia, right? In some way, shape, or form. That's not conservative at all. Conservatism with a small c, the Aristotelian conservatism of Aristotle, where the laws should move slow so that people can respect them better, that old laws, slow laws are more easy to implement because people need a chance to understand them. People respect old things. People respect things that have been around for a long time. That's sort of the basis of small c conservatism. That's not what fascism is. Fascism is about building something new, utopian, moving fast, breaking things. But in its struggle to come to power, which we're going to explore next, fascism is going to have to choose with whom to ally itself. And big surprise, fascism is going to be influenced by socialism. It's going to be influenced by nationalism and liberalism. But it's going to ultimately side with conservatives in order to actually rule, in order to actually take power. Okay, let's talk about Italian fascism. I'm going to clear the board, and we're going to talk about Benito Mussolini and the capital F fascism that exists in Italy in the 20th century. We're going to skip ahead 60, 70 years. So I'm just wrapping up, cleaning the board here for a second. And the little bits I've given you so far about what fascism is, I've tried to define it as something that is for a vision. And that's not because I want to put a positive spin on fascism, but because people often start by defining fascism by what it's against. And fascism certainly is against a lot of things. It's basically against all the stuff that I was just describing as the four pillars of ideological discussion in the 1848 revolutions. That's why I've gone through it. It's against liberalism. It is against parliamentary democracy. It is against democracy and parliaments, just to be clear, both those things separate and together. It is, at least in most cases, anti-monarchy. We'll get back to that when there's some subtlety there. It is anti-conservatism, which I think is something that's kind of surprising to people to hear. We'll get into why that's the case. It is anti-internationalism, generally speaking. And it is anti-Marxism. And that is one of the ways that people try to go about defining fascism, is by saying it's against this, it's against that, it's against this, it's against that. They go through a whole list, and then they might say, oh, it's like an ultra-right thing, and that's it. And that's not a good way to look at it. And let me tell you why. If you try to define another political philosophy like Marxism by its antis, you wouldn't understand what Marxism stands for, what it actually wants. Because Marxism, no surprise, it's against capitalism, so it's anti-capitalist. And if you say, oh, Marxism is anti-capitalist, the end. Well, you're missing one of what is the most important aspects of communism specifically, which is that after you've had a workers' revolution that have taken control of the means of production, after you've built socialism from each according to ability to each according to need, sometimes that gets phrased in different ways, but once you've built this perfect distribution of socialism, the state falls away, you have communism. It's material. Marx is giving an analysis of history that is material in that way. It is anti-capitalist, but it is building towards something, right? So you can't just say Marxism is anti-capitalism. Anti-capitalism is an aspect of Marxism. It's kind of like, to give a more simple example, it's kind of like saying, what is a house? You say, oh, a house is a bathroom. Okay. A house has a bathroom. Most houses have bathrooms, or at least outhouses, right? Just off the main property or whatever. But a house cannot be defined by this one little pocket of the house, the bathroom, right? A house is more than that. It's a kitchen. It's a living room. It's a bedroom, right? Maybe it's a den. In the same way, you cannot define fascism or Marxism by saying, oh, it's just this one little thing. It's more than that. And a lot of times fascism gets broken down into its component parts: anti-Marxism, anti-internationalism, anti-liberalism, anti-socialism, and Marxism. And then you say, okay, that's what fascism is. And that's the wrong way to go about looking at it. However, to begin to talk about Italy and Italian fascism, we do have to talk about some of the things that were making people extremely upset in Italy in the early 1900s, because in the 1900s, we have this little doodly in history. I don't know if you've heard of it before. World War I. Okay. Millions of people die in World War I. Italy takes actually part in World War I. Don't forget that in World War II, Italy is on the side with Germany, the Axis powers. In World War I, Italy is with the Allied powers. It is part of the victorious side of World War I. Nonetheless, Italy suffers grave losses in World War I. And life in Italy wasn't particularly great before World War I. You have these, we'll call them crisis of internationalism in like the 1880s and 1890s, where we start to have importations of grain, of meat, of commodities that undermine even the already suffering masses in the working class. It undermines the rural people that are farming, that are expecting a certain prices for their goods. There are economic challenges that are experienced in Italy. And then World War I is this mass trauma event for Europe. And I like to think of it as not merely a political rupturing, but as a psychological trauma. I say I like to think of it like that's the first time anyone's ever said that. Obviously, it's not the case. People after World War I are going to come away from that experience feeling, generally speaking, like they've been betrayed. So in Italy, there are a group of people that go to the front. They fight in the war. They see people die. And if they don't die themselves, they suffer greatly because the World War I was awful. They come back to Italy after the war. They come back home. And there's a few things going wrong. One of them is that they see that they were sent to war by a group of liberal parliamentarians, right? They were sent to war by a cabal of industrialists and financiers, that they were part of a war machine that was in factories building these weapons of war, these guns and these innovative ways of killing each other. And those people who set up that entire system did not go and suffer themselves, generally speaking, in World War I. Not only did they not go and suffer themselves during World War I, but now that World War I is over, they are also offering no solutions to the material suffering of the people who come home from the war. In all of these major cities, think about Naples, think about Rome, you have people coming home from the war. Like I said, they've got all these resentments now about why they were there and the people who did not suffer along with them, this aristocracy. But then they get back to the cities, and you know what? There's an industrial crisis because we don't need to build weapons of war anymore. The war is over, right? And for that and a variety of other reasons, there is inflation, there is unemployment, there is material conditions within these cities that are less than ideal. And the people that are coming back to the situation are not necessarily ready to suffer through them in a cogent, responsible way because they've just gone through an incredibly traumatic event, World War I. And now they come home and everything sucks, right? So not only are they predisposed to be angry at the people that sent them to war, that did not suffer alongside them, that did not shed blood with them, but they are coming home to material conditions that the establishment, the aristocracy, the parliamentarians, that all the values that came to define the 19th century are failing to improve the lives of the people who have come home from the war. That is the basic issue that emerges in other places too, but we're talking about Italy right now. It is the ultimate issue in Italy at the end of World War I. Couple that with the idea that even though Italy was on the winning side of the war, that the Versailles Treaty, I'm sure you've heard of this infamous Versailles Treaty that emerges out of World War I to resolve the peace in Europe and around the world, that this treaty was expected to be incredibly generous to Italy because Italy was on the winning side. It wasn't. Italy expected to have expanded territory. It expected, for example, to control the Dalmatian coast of Croatia. We're going to talk about a city or a town along there called Fiume very soon. It's got a different name now. I'll put up on the screen a screenshot from Wikipedia that says the current name of the city in Croatia. They expected to basically have much more territory, and one of those places specifically was what at the time came to be called Yugoslavia. In addition, the Italians get a little bit of reparations. You know, everybody gets their share of the pie that Germany has to pay in reparations, but that doesn't obviously lead to much improvement in the lives of everyday Italians as they come home, as they experience this inflation, as they experience this unemployment, as the material conditions of their lives don't improve. I'm repeating myself, but the point is that the Versailles Treaty will come to be known in Italy as the Vittoria Mutilata. Vittoria Mutilata. Messy handwriting, misspelling all over the place. Oh my God. Victory mutilated is the direct translation there. Mutilata, mutilated, Vittoria. I don't know if I even spelled it right. Victory. It comes to be known as basically like there's this legend that comes up that the people who are running Italy, who went to Versailles to help negotiate, the people who sent everyone to war, are participating in a betrayal of the Italian people. If that sounds familiar, that's because it is a very similar myth or assessment of Versailles to the one that happens in Germany. Obviously, that one's even more melodramatic and terrible. Well, I shouldn't say melodramatic. I mean, it's real stuff, right? Like, especially in Germany, like the conditions of Versailles that were placed upon them were awful. Okay, the point being that Versailles in 1919, the Vittoria Mutilata, basically creates a cauldron of resentment within Italy. You have all these listless men coming home from the front lines. They don't know what to do with themselves. They're looking for purpose, and what they're finding is the empty, cold liberalism, the empty, cold industrialism that isn't even offering them jobs. They're going to have a sense of there's a word that ennui or enemy, and these are words that I believe in particular Griffin uses to describe some of the conditions, the feeling on the ground in these places where fascism thrives. What are these terms? So there's ennui and enemy. I'm going to stick with enemy because that's the one that I'm more familiar with. Enemy is effectively a spiritual pain that people feel, an emptiness that the political projects, the things that they've come to expect in life are empty, and therefore they feel a gap, so to speak. And this is often used in parallel to describe some of the experiences that we have in the modern society where, you know, technically we're in a liberal democracy. We're told we should be super happy and super satisfied to live in freedom, right? These negative Lockean rights. But if our material conditions aren't fulfilled to meet that expectation that is set by being told we are free, there will be a gap. That is effectively, and someone can fact check my definition with the dictionary in the comments, that is effectively what enemy is. And an anomic crisis then is the idea that society as a whole is feeling this gap. Combine that in our society with the emptiness that comes from feeling like, oh, we're told we're free, and yet I can't stop scrolling on my phone, for example. I feel empty. I feel lonely. I don't feel like I have a community, right? It's the idea that the structures around us that give us meaning start to break down. And in Italy, you've already had this urbanization, this movement from the land to the cities where conditions aren't that great, even going all the way back to 1848. And then, you know, you go to war, and what you experience afterwards is worse. And not only worse, but you've been through trauma. You're less prepared to deal with that pain and that discomfort. And so people start to wonder about the ruling class of Italy. There's a man named Italo Balbo who writes about the fact that when you come back and you see these, you know, parliamentarians, you see these industrialists, this aristocracy, you wonder, could we replace that aristocracy? Could we become the ruling class? That is, could we, through our shared suffering in the war, we bled for this nation. Could we be the ones to rule this nation? Could we build a new aristocracy based on the shared blood, the shared sacrifice, based on the actions we took in the war to make, you know, to defend our country, to have expanded territory, to have better material conditions, perhaps some people thought, when the war is over, for the glory of the nation that has not come? Could we replace these empty promises of the liberals, of the parliamentarians, of the conservatives? Could we build something that basically becomes a new man, a new aristocracy? And when you think about a new man in particular, aristocracy, so the new man or the new aristocracy, right? Think about the new man, and you're starting to enter the world of Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, I am not an expert on Nietzsche. I had to ask my friend Jared Henderson for a little help understanding the concept of the Übermensch from Friedrich Nietzsche. The idea from Friedrich Nietzsche is that a new value system, a new morality will be born through a Übermensch, which translates to like over person, right? But let's just call it new man for right now. Through this new paradigm, through force of will alone, people will build a new moral and value system. And it's kind of open to interpretation whether Nietzsche meant for this to be a single man, a single leader, for example, which is where fascists are going to start to derive this idea of the Führerprinzip, the leadership principle, or the Duce, the Duke, loosely translated in Italian, or whether Nietzsche meant the new value system, the new man, should be a societal phenomenon, that we should all become the new man. And I want to introduce a thinker to you. I just picked up my notes. I made a cut there to introduce you to a thinker named Filippo Marinetti, who is he's a nationalist, and he's going to have an extremely new interpretation on what should be the political project going forward in Italy. After the 1848 revolutions, Italy became a singular nation state. There is a process called the Risorgimento. Let me write that down, actually. Risorgimento. That concludes at the same time, roughly, as Germany's unification, the Risorgimento. This is the unification of Italy into a single nation state. So the 1848 revolutions are put down, but actually the result is that Italy becomes a unified nation anyway in 1870, 1871, over the course of like decades. Germany becomes a nation state under Bismarck, 1871. The Risorgimento is basically the word that describes that process. Thinkers like Filippo Marinetti says that, okay, we did that. We had a first Risorgimento that brought Italy together as a cogent nation state, but our leadership class is stuck in the past. And what we actually need is a version of futurism that is going to bring about a second Risorgimento. It's not going to be about like territorially unifying Italy politically, but it's going to be about creating a spiritual project, effectively a future technologically driven, Übermensch-driven utopia that we are going to work towards feverishly. Marinetti becomes an influential thinker because he's not only a nationalist, but he wants the nation to be based in some extremely interesting values. One of them is that he is anti-parliamentarian. That is to say that he is not for democracy. He thinks the general will should be found in the world of action. And the action, the impetus to this action that Marinetti describes is World War I, in which all these men of action go as soldiers to the front lines. They go to the trenches, they suffer, they bleed. It is a hygienic cleanse. Violence in the paradigm of this futurist Marinetti, violence is a virtue. If you bleed together, if you take action together, if you struggle and suffer together to build a new future without any apologies, right? Violence itself is a virtue because you can build something out of that blood, not literally, but figuratively. Marinetti describes parliaments as hen houses. He describes socialists as determinist and slow. That is, that at this moment in time, a lot of socialism, a lot of revolutionary Marxists have actually kind of morphed in Italy into gradualists, into reformists, like I think it's Edward Bernstein, who's not Italian, but he's the first so-called social democrat. That is to say that he's no longer saying that the way to build socialism is through a revolution of the peasantry, but we should build capitalism up gradually so that we can build socialism over time through reform, bring material benefits, and maybe get to communism one day. For Marinetti, who's first of all not a socialist at all, he's a futurist, and he's anti-socialism, says all that sounds incredibly slow. It doesn't reflect the actions that we've taken and the actions that we will take to build something different. So he's against parliaments, he's against democracy, he's against socialism as slow and reformist. He wants to break things. I keep using that phrase. It does kind of remind you a little bit of Silicon Valley, but the idea is that we actually need to have a total war on the past, on history itself. So museums, libraries, parliaments, all these institutions that represent what we once were, they got to go. What we need factories. What we need technology. What we need is a population that is willing to bleed for the future of Italy. Now, that you'll notice is, again, not small c conservative at all. That is anti-conservative. And this kind of thinking is going to have a huge impact on people like Benito Mussolini, who we should talk about now. Benito Mussolini, I believe, is born in 1866. And 1886. Let me just double check, actually. I want to make sure I get these things right. Haha, this is why you fact check things. He was born in 1883. Maybe it was Hitler that was born in 1886. We'll check that later. Mussolini is born. Yeah, no duh. Mussolini is born. He is actually going to become a socialist in his early years. His father is a revolutionary syndicalist. We'll talk in a second about what that is. It's incredibly important to fascist philosophy. But Benito Mussolini first is a teacher, I believe. And then he ends up becoming a journalist, a writer, a provocateur for the socialist newspaper called Avanti, which I assume means advance, but I don't know for sure. And actually, as the Great War begins, he starts to have questions about the anti-war positions that the socialists take. So the general Marxist take on World War I is that is a necessary outcropping of capitalism, that capitalism, when it basically reaches as far as it can go in a certain country or nation, that it eventually has to expand through empire, through new markets, through exploitation of people in other places. Once you've exploited everyone in your country, you have to go elsewhere. That is the basic premise of what World War I is in a Marxist perspective. And as a person editing a socialist newspaper, Benito Mussolini starts to have some doubts. And he starts to think about whether war itself might be, and there's a lot of debate about whether Mussolini was a true believer or just an opportunist to try to find a new angle and a new way to navigate things. But at its basic premise, Mussolini starts to have questions about this thought. And actually, he starts to advocate a more pro-war position. He starts to say, maybe actually World War I is going to be, to use this phrasing of Marinetti, a cleansing, hygienic, virtuous event that we're all going to bleed together so that through that shared suffering, we can start to make something new. He leaves the socialist newspaper and actually joins. My kitty cat is standing on my notes again. Girl, could you not stand on my notes, sweet girl? You're so sweet. She's been like scratching my notes this whole time. And I think earlier in the video, I couldn't get to something. Oh, there it is. The list of authors. You can see it's kind of all crumpled up now because my cat was on it. Anyway, Mussolini starts to develop anti-socialist ideas. He actually serves in the wars, is injured, comes home, and he and his politics are transformed. What's interesting about Mussolini is that he is not, just because he leaves the Socialist Party doesn't mean he immediately becomes completely anti-socialist in his policies. So we're going to talk a little bit about how fascist politics evolve and the relationship between fascism and socialism. It is not as black and white or as clean of a cut as you might expect. But what Mussolini starts to believe is that moving a nation forward, that is, he is starting to become a nationalist and not an internationalist, moving a nation forward requires cross-class cooperation. This is the basis of what will be called in fascism corporatism. Corporatism is not to do with giant multinational corporations like we would expect the word corporate to mean today. Corporatism in the fascist sense is the idea that if there is a dispute in a factory between a working class proletarian and a factory owner, a boss, right, an industrialist, that the solution to their dispute is not for the worker to overthrow the capitalist, but for a third party, a corporate institution, to basically bring them together to work out their differences in a cross-class way that builds the nation, that moves in a completely unified way, a cross-class way, brings the nation forward to this future that we're building together. So let's talk about the role of nationalism with Mussolini. He is leaving behind socialism, which is in almost all of its manifestations until it starts to take power, internationalist. So Marxism is about workers of the world uniting, right? That is the line in the Communist Manifesto. And that is the purpose of places like the Communist International, that is comes as a product of Soviet Russia, to influence the world and particularly the countries of Western Europe, to have their own socialist Bolshevik-style revolutions and take power for the working class. It is internationalist. It is not about having each of these individual countries have these revolutions so that they can all stand as independent socialist places, but so that they can all basically build a unified utopian communism one day. But Mussolini is going to start to have doubts about this paradigm. First of all, if you look at the way that internationalism treats Italy, this sort of points of Woodrow Wilson after World War I, this idea of the equality of nations, this liberal international order with all these self-determined new places like Yugoslavia and like cross multi-ethnic places with lines just squiggled everywhere. And you see Italy basically being cheaped out of a great triumph, out of its glorious victory and having a vittoria mutilata, a mutilated victory, not getting the territory that would be granted to this great, once powerful empire of Rome, right? North Africa, a sphere of influence in the Balkans and Croatia on the Dalmatian coast. That's all denied to Italy. And Mussolini starts to see this as a failure of internationalism, as a way in which liberals and socialists fail to see that the actual project needs to be the nation itself. And the way that this starts to be defined for the emerging fascist philosophy is that there are the industrial societies, the winners, the plutocratic nations, France, the United Kingdom, the United States. These are places that have benefited the most from the Industrial Revolution, and they have these parliamentary traditions that basically, through their privilege of having early industrialization and through their exploitation of loser countries like Italy and Germany, that they basically have the privilege of having parliamentary systems because there is no great disparity for them. Or rather that they have all the material conditions they need. Their politics can basically be more chill and be more aristocratic because there's nothing for them to struggle for. They've already won. On the flip side, you have all these loser countries, these non-plutocratic countries, these these countries that have not benefited from Versailles. They have not benefited from industrialization before that in the same way. These exploited countries like Italy, Germany, Spain, which we'll touch on at some point, it's going to have its own quasi-fascist uprising in the 1930s. These countries are effectively exploited by the plutocratic nations. And there begins to be this nationalist vision of a proletarian country that is, instead of looking at the proletariat inside of a country, the working class inside of a country, think about all the working class exploited countries themselves as the proletariat countries that need to combat and find a way to define themselves against the plutocratic industrial countries like France, like the UK, like the United States. The countries that have imposed on Italy and on Southern Europe in particular, and really on the global South, on the whole world, they have imposed this plutocratic world order based on a fiction of sovereignty of nations, of equality of nations, that the League of Nations itself, that is the proposed project by Woodrow Wilson, the predecessor of the United Nations, is a system to push forward the status quo of the plutocratic nations, to freeze in place the world order that has benefited all those nations and hurt the global South, that has led to this mutilated victory, that this is a plutocratic world order that must be disturbed. That is the direction that Mussolini starts to go. So we need to talk about a couple other people that have an influence on Mussolini and on fascism generally, because, like I said, Mussolini's politics start to move away from his political strategy, his worldview starts to move away from the socialist paradigm. But that is not to say that Mussolini abandons all of the ideas of the political left, of the socialists that we described earlier with 1848 revolutions, the ones that demanded material condition improvements for the working class. Mussolini doesn't abandon that. And in fact, his father and some of the people that will influence him, like Georges Sorel, are what are called revolutionary syndicalists. Revolutionary syndicalists are let's call them a genre of Marxism. You will find them in Catalonia during the Spanish Civil War in places like Barcelona. The CNT, Confederación Nacional de Trabajo, the National Confederation of Workers, or of Work, are syndicalists, to my understanding. And actually, if you go to Madrid today, there are certain neighborhoods where you will still see CNT flags and things, because anarchism is a very entrenched political philosophy in places like Italy and Spain, which I'm describing now. Mussolini is also going to be influenced by these revolutionary syndicalists. What do they believe? Well, the idea behind Leninist Marxism is that you need a vanguard party. You effectively need a anti-bourgeois group of elites, nonetheless, intelligentsia, that know what's best for the working class and take power on their behalf. That is what the Bolsheviks claimed to have done in 1917 in the October Revolution in St. Petersburg. Revolutionary syndicalists would say this isn't actually what we want to do. Participating in political power in this way, and particularly participating in electoral politics, that is, running in elections to be a political party that joins a parliament, this is actually the wrong tactic to go about bringing about a workers' paradise, bringing about communism. What actually needs to happen in the worldview of anarchists and these revolutionary syndicalists is that workers need to unite within these workers' unions in factories by different industries, for example, or in specific towns, build all these unions. We don't need a state apparatus. We don't need the political process. We don't need electoralism. All of these unions can basically take the means of production in a less centralized way and build the utopia that way. The argument here is that you can build a revolution without the socialists, and that socialist parties, where they exist, will be co-opted by the capitalists, by the bourgeoisie. They will become watered down. They will become anti-revolutionary. Therefore, the only way to actually get what you want is to have these individual little acts of unification all around with unions. And that is the way to build a new society. That is ultimately the political philosophy that comes to influence Italian fascism most directly, that to build a new society, we all need to join in together in small places and build a nationalist, new man, new society together. Now, the other thing that revolutionary syndicalists like Georges Sorel add to this theory that is going to be essential to the vision of Mussolini is that it is not enough to simply focus on the material differences of the working class, the bourgeoisie, that to just look at the cold, hard material conditions is not sufficient. What people actually need, will argue Georges Sorel, the revolutionary syndicalist, is people need a unifying myth, something to believe in. That is to say that you can't simply fill people's stomachs with material food and that will satisfy them and lead to their satisfaction with politics or with this new society that you're building without the political process. You actually have to fill a hole in people's souls through your political project, through a unifying myth. You know, if you want to talk about ways to appeal to people in our modern day, one of the appeals that fascism continues to have that the political left often looks past is that the fascist will offer not just to satisfy people's resentments, to say you're resentful of the political class and I have a solution for you. We're going to improve your material conditions, but we are going to also fill that hole in your soul. We have a bigger project in mind. We're going to give you meaning through our political project. And this is what Mussolini hones in on. Actually, from my understanding, Georges Sorel was alive. He was a contemporary of people like Lenin and Mussolini, and who actually thought that Lenin was the best example of this through his myth of the vanguard, which is really not orthodox Marxism, which is why we now describe Marxism-Leninism. It's because Lenin had this vision of a myth of the vanguard taking power for the proletarian. By insisting on that vision, insisting on that myth, he was able to take power even against the people within his own Bolshevik group who didn't want to follow that tactic, who thought it's not time yet. People like Stalin, people like Trotsky, who had to be convinced that this was a good idea. A couple rapid fire people that influenced Mussolini, Gustave Le Bon, who wrote a book literally called The Psychology of Crowds. And it's basically a cynical book that says that like a leader can basically get people up into a big fury and a frenzy through big mass events, through symbolism, and that people are easily manipulated. That's going to impact Mussolini's vision. Obviously, it's also going to, if that sounds a little bit like Hitler, it's because that's also going to be something influential to the political thinking of Hitler. Whether that's directly from Gustave Le Bon or something he borrows from Mussolini, I'm not totally sure. The second person is actually a teacher that Mussolini is going to have Early on in his life, I believe in 1906, he's going to take a class with someone named Vilfredo Pareto, who's a liberal economist. He's not a fascist. I don't know if he's a nationalist or not, but he basically presents to Mussolini this idea that parliaments will always be co-opted by the bourgeois. They will always be watered down. They will always fail to provide something new, that they will eventually betray those who they claim to represent. So in this case, that influences Mussolini's initial socialism in that he does not want to be a social democrat, a reformist who runs a political party and who wants to change gradually through reforming the capitalist system. That is not who Mussolini ends up being as a socialist up until 1914, and then later as an ultranationalist, as a fascist. So was Mussolini automatically the leader of this new movement that wanted to make the nation prime, that wanted to have these myths that unify people in small ways, that avoid politics to build a new society? Was Mussolini in charge of this anti-parliamentary revolution, this emerging fascisti political philosophy? No. Actually, there is a man named Gabriele D'Annunzio. I probably made a cut because I had to write a slightly long name, Gabriele D'Annunzio. He is a revolutionary syndicalist. He is a nationalist. He is a futurist. He is a bit of a utopian and an anarchist, and all of these things put into one. And he is better known in 1919, 1920, when he does something a little interesting. And when I say a little, I mean very interesting. He, in 1919 to 1920, occupies a place that Italy was not granted in the Versailles Treaty on the Dalmatian coast. I mentioned before, Fiume. He occupies the city of Fiume on the Dalmatian coast in Croatia, and he basically tries to build a little revolutionary syndicalist nationalist utopia. This is territory of Yugoslavia. This is not a place that only Italians live. And you think about some of the expansionary tactics of Hitler at first, it's like he wants to go to the Rhineland, to the Sudetenland, and then into the German-speaking portions of Czechoslovakia, right? He says there's Germanic people there. They're the vast majority. We need to have those places because they're Germans. We need to have an Anschluss with Austria because they're Germans. That's not the premise of Fiume. Fiume is actually a multi-ethnic city. And when Gabriele D'Annunzio takes it over, it is not to bring Italian supremacy to the area. It is actually to build a nationalist project based on multi-ethnic, but nonetheless shared values and culture. And this is one of the ways that we can say for sure that Italian fascism in its origins is not intrinsically about blood and racial purity. What Gabriele D'Annunzio tries to build in Fiume is a revolutionary syndicalist project that is non-parliamentary, that is quasi-anarchic, like I said, that is multi-ethnic, that protects things like freedom of speech, freedom of the arts, that is corporatist, that is to say that instead of having a parliament, it is going to try to build corporate institutions that are going to be cross-class in principle, to make sure that if there are industrialists, if there are workers having disagreements, that actually those can be worked out through corporate structures that mediate those disputes. He's going to put together something called the Constitution of Carcarno with another revolutionary syndicalist named Ambrise, I believe. And the idea behind this constitution, this Carcarno regency, is going to be revolutionary syndicalism, as we also already talked about, Nietzschean elitism. So that Nietzschean idea of the Übermensch, it's about building a new society, a new man, but in this case, it's a collective project. And do you know what title D'Annunzio gives himself? Gabriele D'Annunzio, in this regency over Fiume that lasts for like a couple years, or 1 year, 1919, 1920, he calls himself Duce. Which, if you know anything about Italian fascism, you know that is the title that Mussolini will eventually give to himself as the leader of the Black Shirts, as the leader of the National Fascist Party, as the undisputed man at the top of Italian politics, Il Duce. This utopia under D'Annunzio in what is Yugoslavia, but is a city that is going to have an Italian name and has obviously an Italian population. Eventually it's going to be part of modern day Croatia. This revolutionary syndicalist vision, this ultra-nationalist vision of building this Nietzschean new man, this new society, this new values and moral system out of the shared blood, the shared trauma of World War I, is not obviously the only political movement going on in Italy at the time. There is, in this same period, 1919 and 1921, there is a political upheaval that will come to be called, sorry for all that racket, the Biennio Rosso. Biennio, as in 2 years. Is that too small? Can you read that? I don't know. 1919 to 1921. There are obviously, there's a parliament in Italy. There's a king in Italy, Victor Emmanuel. There are other political movements going on. There is a desire on the political left to either be reformist in the form of social democrats. We talked a little bit about them earlier. They are the inheritors of the political philosophy of Edward Bernstein, who say that the best way to build that communism, the best way to build socialism that will eventually morph into communism, is to have political reforms that build capitalism within the parliamentary system to gradually build that utopia. But there are also people who are much more maximalist within the Marxist movement, who think that social democracy is a betrayal of the authentic revolution. And why should we not in Italy do something like the Bolsheviks did in the Soviet Union in St. Petersburg? Why should we not have a revolution of the proletariat? Quotes, quotes, quotes. It's more of a coup, but whatever. Why should we not take power right now? You have this split on the left. Meanwhile, the political left as a general cohort is increasing their vote in Italian populism because, as I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion of Italian fascism, it ain't great to be in Italy at this moment with inflation, unemployment, industrial strikes, blah, 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 blah. 1919 and 1921 is going to be called the 2 years of red, Biennio Rosso. That is to say the 2 red years, the 2 socialist leaning years where there is political upheaval that takes the form of like 1,600 to 1,800 strikes a year, the occupation of factories, the expropriation of land out in the countryside. There are going to be the emergence of paramilitary groups on both the left and the right. Even the social democrats are going to have paramilitary groups in Italy and Germany in this period, which if you think about like social democrats today, like the SPD in Germany, you don't really think of paramilitarism, but that's part of the equation here, is that basically all of these different political movements, the reformist socialists are going to have their paramilitaries, the Italian communists are going to have their paramilitary groups, the Italian fascists, which we're going to talk about next, are going to have their paramilitary groups. And so you have paramilitaries, you have factory occupations, you have land seizures, you have political violence taking place where the political left, if not for the fact that they were disunified by social democrats who want to do reforms through electoral politics, and the more revolutionary Marxist purists, the Marxist-Leninists now, who want to take power through some form of revolution, like was held in the Bolshevik revolution of October 1917 in Russia. If not for the split in that leftist movement, maybe the left would have taken power in Italy. And this is also going to play out in Germany, that there is no guarantee that the fascists are the ones that are going to come to power. We're going to see what actually brings the fascists to power in a second. Nonetheless, there's political violence that is going on. Now you might say, occupying your factory is not violence. Okay, fine. I mean, whatever. But what I'm saying is that there starts to be these clashes, not just in streets, not just in the expropriation of land, but there starts to be a breakdown in law and order. Now, I'm not saying that, any breakdown in law and order is always bad. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying, but there is a discomfort that happens in society when all of these dynamics start to play out. There is, in fact, in 1919, the formation under Mussolini of a paramilitary group that is going to start to struggle against the socialists on the streets, in the factories, out in the rural areas, that is going to basically say that we are going to create instead the Biennio Nero, the black years. because these people are going to wear black shirts that are going to end this socialist upheaval that is risking the idea of Italy falling to Marxist revolutionaries when we need something different. Let me clear the board. The name of that group is the Fascisti Itali di Combattimento. And after this cut, I will tell you what the translation of that is. Okay, so I wrote down a little bit more, and I got to apologize for my Italian pronunciation. I don't mean to pronounce it so American. When we get to Germany, when we talk about Spain, my pronunciation will be better because I speak those languages. I've studied them. The only way that I could pronounce Fasci Italiani di Combattimento without making myself sound stupid is to put on like the Family Guy version of an Italian accent, like you're at a pizza parlor with an Italian immigrant, and I don't want to be offensive, nor do I want to debase myself by doing that. So I will just use my thick American accent. I apologize, Italy. I think your language sounds beautiful, but I cannot imitate it with correct pronunciation. Luckily, like with Spanish, like with German, it's at least sounded out like it spells, so I know that I didn't deeply mispronounce. Though I do wonder if the D, is it G or D? Like, du in French is not always pronounced like du with that like strong way that I just did it. It's like duh, right? It's much softer. Whatever. Okay, we're getting off. In 1919, the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento is founded. Mussolini is the head of this paramilitary black shirt group. They are going to, like I said, start to instigate what they call the Biennio Rosso, the Biennio Nero, the black 2 years, to combat the Biennio Rosso, the red 2 years. They are going to be a paramilitary organization that is going to go out. They're going to fight the socialists. They're also going to do something interesting. They're going to bust socialist papers and Catholic religious papers. The fascists in this period are anti-clerical. We're going to have to explore that a little bit in a second. But they're going to go out in the streets and they're going to start these fights. They're going to participate in violence. They're going to do so on behalf of what they call law and order. However, we know, now that we've talked through some of this early fascist thinking, we know that the fasci are going to want more than just a return to law and order, right? Just like after 1848, the conservatism that reemerged to put down those revolutions, it didn't keep things the same. It's not the quid pro quo, the status quo antebellum in Latin. It's a pretentious way of saying going back to the way things were before the war, status quo antebellum. Instead, the fascists obviously have a vision of things that are different, that are not just anti-socialist, not just these, anti these liberals and parliamentarians that can't seem to get a handle on the material conditions of the working class right now in Italy, nor can they handle the Biennio Rosso, these socialists providing violence in factories and out expropriating land. They're not, these Fasci Italiani di Combattimento, they're not just against the socialists out there fighting, they're also against the intransigent conservatives that represent a stagnation that Italy is currently experiencing. That is why fascism is anti-conservative in this iteration. What represents the most conservative aspect of society? The church, right? You get the monarchy and the church. Those are the two most conservative things that you can describe in Italian politics that go back centuries. The fascists are not fans. This is going to shift over time, but the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento are not just going to fight socialists. They're going to go and rip up and beat up clerical papers. That is, the representatives of the Catholic conservative influence in Italy at this time. This is actually going to put them in a similar league as the socialists, as the left in Spain at this, not in the same period, about 15, 16 years later, in the political violence that precedes and then follows the formation of the Second Spanish Republic and the Spanish Civil War. Churches are going to be burned by the political left, and there's going to be a huge anti-clerical sentiment. The fascists actually, in this case, overlap a little bit in Italy with that anti-clerical sentiment. And I haven't encountered in my reading any incidences of like churches being burned or something, but papers, anti-clerical political sentiment, yes, actually. And so nonetheless, these Fasci Italiani di Combattimento are going to get funding from political conservatives and from the establishment because they're going to see that these fascists are actually quite useful in putting down the socialists. And even though the fasci have other things in mind about what the political future should be, political conservatives and the industrialists see them as useful tools. They think they can tame the fascists. And if you're having a little deja vu right now, if you feel like you've heard this sort of formulation before, you have. This is the traditional and orthodox description of the mistake of political conservatives, of the landowners and the old aristocracy in their compromises with both Italian fascism and German fascism. But let's talk about why that's a mistake by looking at the platform that is eventually going to be put together under the new political party that Mussolini is going to be putting together after the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento basically morphs into simply only the paramilitary black shirts wing of the fascist party, the PNF. Let me do this in blue because, first of all, I've been writing in black this whole time and I just switched to other colors. I think in my last lectures I did different colors. I don't know, man. I'm just doing my thing. PNF. Can you see that better? PNF. I'll try to write that thick with 2 C's. God, that's ugly. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how long this video is going to be. On my camera right now, I see 2 hours and 30 minutes. I probably took a pause for about 15, 20 minutes. So we're probably a couple hours in. You can start to see that my brain starts to become mush when I record these, but so I'll be real. I'm going to get tired, but I'm also going to push through because I'm actually really passionate about this topic. Having researched it so much, I just want to, actually tried to record this yesterday and I found myself being too rambly, too specific, not really just getting out the emotions. And I decided I had to take a little break, take a breath, try again today, which is now when I'm recording this. And I'm resisting the urge to make this 2 parts, right? I could have done a video like the origins of fascism and then the practice of fascism. And I decided to keep it all together because I think that 1848 description is super critical to understanding fascism. And I think that going through it in the systematic way is going to help you understand. I hope already so far you're seeing that the mystical side of fascism, this futurism, this idea that there's something to be built, is different than describing simply reactionary conservatism, right? That a lot of times is what we slap the fascist label on anything that's conservative, that's against the left, that's against progress, right? We say that's what fascism is. And I want to introduce that there is a nugget of truth in there because we're starting to understand that fascists are eventually going to be there's going to be an attempted co-option of fascism by conservative forces, by industrialists, by capitalism, but that at their origins in both the Italian and German sense, there is a difference. It's not the same thing. And it is the mishmash of the futurism, the revolutionary syndicalism, and the struggle to build a new future that is what smashes together with conservative reactionary politics that see fascists as useful for bringing out law and order, for stopping socialists. And it is the combination of those 2 things in the particulars of Italy and Germany that bring us what we call fascism and fascism in practice. Right now, we're still kind of in the theoretical stage of fascism. We're moving into a stage of describing what does fascism look like in action. And that is where, obviously, certain thinkers are going to say that's what fascism is. So I have my big list of thinkers here and say fascism is what fascism is when it's governing, right? So Paxton, who has an excellent book on fascism. I have a lot of authors. I'm not going to be naming all of their books because they all have similar titles like The Anatomy of Fascism, What is Fascism, A History of Fascism. I didn't memorize the titles of all their books. I'm going to put a list of books in the description. It might have to be a link to my website if it's too many characters. Anyway, Paxton, I just founded a new philosophy, Fascism. Anything that makes you passionate is good. Okay, Paxton says that fascism is best defined by political actions and that there are 5 stages to taking and using power by fascists. So, Paxton is basically saying, it's funny enough, he's saying that the way to understand fascism is to look at what it does, not what it says. So it needs to be looking at it in a material way, almost like the way that a Marxist would look at the world, and not in a way that a fascist would look at the world, where they are actually into Hegelian idealism. They are saying that if you can dream it, you can make it reality, right? There is a idealism to fascism that we can build something with our brains. We can think it, then we can make it action-based. We can struggle. We can construct, right? Paxton is going to say that's fine and all, but eventually fascists are going to get into the position where they need to govern, and that's where we should look and see what they do, and we should call that fascism, not what the dreams of what fascism are. That's not what defines fascism. I don't agree. I think that you have to look at both those things. That's why I'm making this extra long video, because I think you have to understand what fascism wants, what it defines itself against, and what it does in practice. That is how you can best say, when is it fascism today, when you're trying to make that analysis. On the other side, just real quick, there's an author named Griffin who says that, fascism is basically its founding myth. So it is basically defined by its original idea, which is palingenetic ultranationalism. Okay, we'll talk about what that means later. I don't want to overwhelm you with terms and definitions, but just to go over the literature just slightly here, Eatwell and Passmore say fascism is basically functional. It's defined by its radicalism, its utopian goal, its third way, which we'll talk about in a second. But then you also have people like Emilio Mosse, who's kind of like Griffin in that he says that fascism is a political religion. It's defined by its sacralization of politics, effectively. And then, all of them basically are trying to find what is called, all these authors try to find a fascist minimum. That is to say, if we strip away all of the uniqueness of the biological racism of fascism in Germany, if we take away some of the socialist tendencies of the fascism in Italy, what are we left with? So there's a lot of different ways to try to define fascism. I got into the weeds for you, and by telling the story, I want to actually extricate you from the weeds and get you into the world of practical politics. What is fascism when you see it? When is it fascism? That's probably the title of this video, unless I ran an ABC test and what is fascism or some other title formulation ended up being the more clickable title. You got to do those kind of games on YouTube. Okay, so let's look at the ways that the fascists want to believe that they are at the foundations of the PNF, the Partito Nazionale Fascisti. I probably butchered that. The National Fascist Party. You got to rearrange the letters because adjectives and stuff go different in Latin Romantic languages. Okie dokie. Look at this. The 1921 PNF is founded. They have a party platform. What do you know? A party with a platform. First of all, that in itself is already a problem for some of the revolutionary syndicalists within the fascist movement. They start to say, hey, we actually said we don't want to participate in politics. Politics is not the vehicle, or electoralism, that is electoral politics, being in the parliament, being elected as a political party. That is actually not how you build utopia. That's the whole point. You're supposed to not be in favor. You're supposed to be in favor of building all these unions to build this new cross-class corporate structure that's going to change and build this new society. So already fascism is starting to fall apart just by getting a political party. There's going to be a step 2 to that, a step 2 and a step 3 to that sort of a watering down of the revolutionary zeal of fascism that we're going to talk about in Italy. But look at the platform of the PNF. This is, admittedly, I've already just said they watered down by just putting together a platform. But look at the pure platform of the Italian fascists at this time and tell me if this doesn't strike you as not what you would expect from a fascist party. So obviously, nationalism is a given in fascism. I haven't written that down. Okay. They think that the prevailing status quo is not working. We already got that down. The futurism, it's not working. We already know that. Okay. So those are some of the basic premises, some of the things that fascism defines itself against. Here's some of the things that fascism defines itself as being for. An 8-hour workday. You think of someone today being like, we should have a 4-day work week, right? You don't think, fascist. Taxing capital. That is not to say that any capital should be taxed. Particularly in the German version of fascism, we're going to see the idea of taxing stagnant capital. That is to say that people who simply live off their investments, they're not productive in the national project, they should be taxed. That we shouldn't just look at the capitalist class as bad. We should look at the capitalist class as two kinds of capitalist class: the productive capitalist class, the non-productive capitalist class. The working class who are in factories, who are engineers, maybe. So we have the middle classes that are engineers. We have the lower working classes, the managers, right? These are productive people. The capitalists can also be productive in this system, in this cross-class system. The question is, what are they doing with their money? Are they just sitting there? That's bad. Tax that. That's the anti-capitalist strain of Italian fascism. That's the stuff that kind of gets held over from socialism in Mussolini's worldview, and it gets into fascism. Anti-clerical, we already touched on. So the church is a conservative force. We don't like that. We also don't like the monarchy. We'll talk about the shift that's going to happen there. We also don't like the parliament as a stagnant, empty liberal institution that, just like in 1848, could not bear fruit on its promises to the people. The parliament is currently failing the Italian people. The liberal order that only offers negative rights and no positive rights of the people is a failure. So these conservative, liberal, parliamentary church forces, all of these things that represent the past effectively, and the power of the past that held back progress and held back our revolutionary zeal, they're bad. Universal suffrage, even for women. Excuse me, I had to make a cut. Let me take a drink real quick. Women. So I'm not going to go into a whole lot on women in fascism, because ultimately fascism's equation for women is quite simple. It's a little bit like your stereotypical conservative vision of women. Women should be home, making babies, making food. The difference between that regressive, conservative, reactionary view of women and the fascist view is that women at least get to participate in most versions of fascism in the political process. But once they have participated in that part of the political process, the next step is for them to participate in politics, in the revolution, in the building of the nation from the home. So it's not just conservative reactionary. It's like, you need to build the next generation of these revolutionary fascists that are going to fight for and bleed and be the next generation. Remember, fascism is an intergenerational mystical worldview, basically, that says that the past and the future and the present all need to be wrapped up into one general will, to use Rousseau's term. Women play a critical role in that, in building the new generation of fascist mothers who will have more fascist babies and be fascist mothers, so on and so forth into the generations. In the meantime, they can vote. Corporatism. We've talked about this already. I won't dwell, but the idea is that actually the goal should not be to win seats in parliament and then have a majority in parliament and govern in parliament, but to actually eliminate the parliament eventually and build these corporate structures that will be the interface between the classes, between industrialists and working class, between government and all those different sectors of the economy and society. Perhaps if there are leftover institutions of clubs and churches, even sports groups we're going to see in Nazi Germany. Artists. So how does the fascist state interact with artists? It's all going to be through, in theory again, corporate structures, not through parliaments legislating and passing laws. And finally, like we've talked about before, fascism advocates for a new aristocracy, the replacement of the people who run the country now in their stagnant, cold, empty, vision-free way, that are always looking at the past and how we can kind of hold the past in a steady holding position. Sorry, that was a little redundant. We need a new aristocracy, a group of men of action, this Übermensch, either as a group or as an individual, single man that leads us in the general will direction, that are ready at all times to build and bleed and work and struggle. And those are the people that should be the aristocracy, the productive working aristocracy, the dynamic aristocracy, not people in their breeches and their wigs in their parliaments with their votes on whether or not we should protect property or do all these things that debate, like Manzini put it, like a hen house, just making and squabbling and doing nothing to improve the material conditions of people. Now, all that to say, you add all that up. What do you have here? The nationalism is on what we call the political right. The idea of women in the house being bread makers, that's a little bit on the political right. The idea that the industrialists can be productive, that capitalism can be good if it's constructive and productive, that's a little bit on the right wing. But there's a lot of things in here that have borrowed significantly from the political left that are not, that despite the fact that at this stage in time, the fascist paramilitary groups, the black shirts, are fighting socialists in the street, This is not completely anti-socialist. This is not completely anti-Marxist. I mean, some of these basic things like 8-hour workdays, I'm sure that most, Marxists would be like, that's really boring reformist social democrat stuff. But the idea of like taxing capital, of being against the church, of having universal suffrage, even if the vision for women after voting and participating in politics is not what a Marxist would describe as liberation, it's still not as conservative as you'd expect. The corporatism, the removal of the state, the idea that we should get rid of parliaments and eventually have something else, like a massive unions. In the case of the anarchists, Soviets in the Soviet Union, these workers' councils, and we have these corporate structures in Italy and vision for Germany eventually. This is fundamentally a third thing, a third way. Let me write that word down. It is to say that fascism is not standing between, it is not defining itself only as an alternative to socialism, a conservative far-right alternative to socialism. Fascism is standing as an alternative to both the extremity of conservatism and the extremity of socialism. It is a third option. Now, could it be called like the fourth or fifth option because we have like absolutist monarchists and liberals and, all of these mishmash of different people, nationalists and, social democrats, of course, right? But it's just to say that we should not say that if we are on the political left, that fascism is just the opposite of that. I've already mentioned the fact that fascism cannot only be defined by its anti, that is, it cannot only be defined by what it is against, it must be also considered for what it stands for. Now, I took a lot of notes on what orthodox Marxists define fascism as. I believe Trotsky defined it as the full total war of the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. That is, that fascism is functionally the assault of the forces of the counter-revolution to put down the workers' revolution by any means necessary. And you see patterns of this all over Marxist tradition, the Comintern, and even today, like you could probably find Marxists out there that define fascism in this reductionist way. They say that when you strip it all away, all you have is a crisis of capitalism where the industrialists, the bourgeoisie, even the petit bourgeoisie, that is the middle class, people who have a little bit of property and a little bit of prosperity, who fear the law and order breakdown that the socialists are providing, all of them react to put that down by becoming fascists. Now, is that an aspect of fascism? Absolutely. Do I say that that is the definition of fascism? Absolutely not. That is myopic. To go back to the house example, that is like saying a house is a bathroom. No, a house is more than just a bathroom. Fascism is also more than just being anti-socialist and fighting the socialist revolution. Fascism has things, at least in its early philosophy, that does not just track onto the far right. It does not just track onto an opposition to the working class. In fact, there are little tidbits in here that you might say that kind of seems like it's at least pro-working class in certain ways. And the timeline for that orthodox definition of fascism, another one, I love potatoes, and I now have a new political philosophy called mashism, where it's universal mashed potatoes for everyone, extra butter, faking bits because we don't want pig suffering in factory farms, and whatever toppings and fixings you like, mashism. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Fascism, the timeline doesn't match up because the industrial class in places like Germany and in Italy are not going to be all in on the fascists until later. Especially in Germany, there are going to be moments when the fascists, Goering and Hitler, are going to have meetings with the industrialists and say, it's our way or you're gone. And it is going to be basically before fascists take power, what capitalist industrialists actually do is that they hedge their bets by supporting other right-wing parties and the fascists who they see as a useful tool for putting down the socialists. Yeah, what is it, sweetie? And what you actually have is that there's not just some grand... Oh, I'm sorry, I'll put you back down. The orthodox Marxist position is that there's some grand conspiracy, that there's a crisis of capitalism, and the industrialists all kind of get together and say, let's build a fascist movement to put this down and do total warfare. That's wrong. That's not actually what happens. There is, if you squint or go bird's eye view, maybe, and if you're only trying to give a broad brushstrokes definition or dynamics, like this is part of the description that would be accurate, but it is not enough. Like I said, it is myopic, as in to say it is too narrow, it is too siloed, it is too focused on one little corner of the movement, and it is not focused on the bigger picture, which is that fascism is, like the Marxist, a revolutionary political philosophy to build something else. There is a positive vision there, and when I say positive, it's not to make apologetics and to say fascism good. It's to say that they are not just against things, they're actually for things, and part of the things that they are for is policy driven. That is like an 8-hour workday. Say what you will about how reformist that sounds. That is not total warfare on the working class. Corporatism, you could say that's, the idea that we can have cross-class political work between the industrialists and the workers. That's maybe in a socialist thing. You say, no, we're more pure than that. We want the workers to take power and seize the means of production. Nonetheless, this compromise, which is what functionally this is between the classes, at least in theory, that is not total assault on the working class. It might be insufficient. It might eventually be bastardized into some really bizarre and terrible reactionary conservative politics. We're going to play that out. But what I'm trying to say to you is that there is more to fascism than simply just these simple definitions. Just like we earlier said, blood and soil is a bad definition because it excludes Italian fascism. I think we're now at a point where we can say, do you see anything about biological racism here? No. Fascists want to rebuild effectively, to have a second risorgimento, to build the Italian sphere of influence in the Balkans and North Africa, to basically rebuild the glory of Rome. Okay? Have you heard me use the term social Darwinism yet? I mean, I don't know exactly whether anyone in Italian fascism was like a big fan of social Darwinism, which we'll talk about extensively when we get to German fascism. But here we are, Italian fascism, blood, the idea of racial, biological purity, blood and soil, Blut und Boden. It's a German term. It's not here. The same way, a total attack on the working class. Okay, we might be able to construe fascism to be that over time and in certain ways, but this is not what that's not what this is. And that's not ultimately what Italian fascism becomes, even when it takes power. Is fascism good for the working class? No. Is Italian fascism good? Absolutely not. I am not here to advocate for these things. 100% no. Anyone who's followed me for a long time will know that is not who I am. I don't want to say what my politics are, but you probably can take some glimpses. I want this video to be, objective, blah, blah, blah. I think the objective reality is that those definitions that I just said were not proper for fascism can define certain genres of fascism. They can define certain ways that fascism acts. They are not what fascism, especially early Italian fascism, would define itself as. That is important. Fascism is defined not just by what it is against, but what it is for. I promise I'll leave this alone. But when the Italian Fascist Party, the PNF, take power in 1922, the latter half of the year, the latter month of the year, October and November, they have conflicts about whether they should be more left or more right. There is a fascist left. Okay, we're going to talk in Germany about National Bolshevism, which is basically a fusing of fascism and Bolshevik politics. But let's save that for a second. There is a fascist left that is represented by thinkers like Panunzio, who are serious about the new corporatist system, who want to replace parliament. Okay? And they're serious about the socialist part, revolutionary syndicalist part, rather, of the fascist platform. There is also the fascist right, who are not conservative. They are pushing. They're these squadristi, the people from the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento, who say, now that we're in power, we need something more like a permanent revolution, a second revolution. We need to continue to struggle, to revolt, to use violence, to purify, to cleanse, to use the hygienic, to basically birth a phoenix out of ashes. We need to keep going, right? That's the fascist right. So you have both the fascist left, who want to actually follow some of those revolutionary syndicalist policies that are born out of socialist anarchism, right? You also have the fascist right who want to continue the revolution after taking power. These are not conservative things. They don't fall neatly into the definitions that we've provided. That others have provided that try to condense fascism down to simple slogans. It's part of the reason people get fascism wrong all the time. It's part of the reason fascism is hard to pin down. Like I said, I'm building up to something a little bit more practical over the course of this video. By being so holistic, I think we can do that. But in the meantime, I just want to tell you that there's no neat box for fascism to fit in. 1921, the party's founded, and Mussolini starts to make a pivot. Mussolini starts to realize that to be a popular party and to win seats, first of all, that he's going to have to ignore the people within the party who are like, why are you participating in electoral politics anyway? But second, he's going to have to move past the resentful veterans and the urban population in the cities. He needs to build a rural base. And that is going to be the foundation of the surge in popularity of the fascist party. They're going to start to actually gain seats in the Italian parliament. They're going to be actually part of a governing or invited into a coalition with conservatives. Mussolini's going to realize that the best way to win over a mass base for electoral politics is to start to appeal to the rural farmer, to the people of the land. And he goes out into the land and starts to build a movement that is, again, it's about like taking the old feudal structures and breaking them down. It is about, in a way, land reform and land redistribution. Okay. Again, this is not the sound of reactionary conservatism. This is the sound of, at times, like leftist politics of expropriation of land. Now, this is going to morph when Mussolini is in power. The same is going to play out in Germany, in that once in power, this whole, we'll reorganize the land and stuff, it kind of actually just transforms into a cynical fetishization of farming life, of rural life as the bedrock of the nation. But then the policies are not going to actually reflect that. So it's actually going to be destructive to the small farmer, particularly in Germany. Farmers in Germany and workers in Germany in general are going to almost enter a phase of feudalism, like old feudalism rather than a new revolution. Okay. But the point being that if this is one heuristic you can use for fascist politics and maybe just cynical politics in general. If you hear the farmer being fetishized and then the policies actually hurt the farmer while telling them that they're the bread of the nation or whatever, that they're like the best ever. You've ever heard the poem God Made a Farmer? There's like this weird fetishization of rural life. Farmers should be respected. I'm not making an argument against farmers, good Lord. I'm just saying that if you see a politician who fetishizes farmers as the real heart of the nation, and then when their policies F them over, don't be surprised, because that is a general playbook of the mass politics of the fascist right. Okay, so the Italian fascists have like 35 seats in the parliament. They're not the majority by any stretch of the imagination, but they've got this reputation for basically bringing law and order by bashing the hell out of socialists. The conservatives start to see them as useful. And there's also just the fact that the parliamentary politics of the age are just not working properly. And there is a compromise that is going to be made. And I'm going to go over it pretty quickly because I think you've heard of this before. The March on Rome, which takes place from, I believe, October 27th to October 30th, so 31st. Let me check my notes. It's 3 days. Yeah, October 30th in 1922. And this is a political stunt. It's a little bit of political theater. I keep circling everything. The March on Rome is effectively Mussolini taking what amounts at some point to being about 30,000 of his black shirts, of his paramilitary groups. And yes, they march on Rome. Now, it's a little bit farcical at first because only like 10,000 can get there. A lot get blocked. But basically what these fascists are doing is they're calling on the king, Victor Emmanuel III, to dismiss his prime minister, Facta, and put the fascists in power. Make Mussolini the Duce. Now, the prime minister tells Victor Emmanuel, hey, we should declare martial law and put this down. And honestly, if he had, that probably would have worked. But Victor Emmanuel actually is like, I actually don't mind having Mussolini in power. And he invites Mussolini to form a government. And that is how, it's really that simple. That is how the Italian fascists come to power. It is a compromise of reactionary conservatism that believes that it can use the fascists, that can tame them, and it can basically use them to keep the status quo going, or at the very least to maintain law and order with only slight modifications. Now, this is a formula that is going to flop horrifically in Germany. In Italy, one could say it failed, but not as spectacularly as Germany. The compromises the German conservatives made were completely disastrous and obliterated the status quo in Germany and led ultimately to what Hannah Arendt will call the extremes of human experience, the devastation of the moral depravity of the National Socialist years that is going to eventually lead to Germany's catastrophic collapse, the firebombing, the invasion, the Battle of Berlin, Germany's complete and total obliteration, and then eventual split into East and West Germany. That's all going to start with this terrible assessment of the political right that they can tame Adolf Hitler. In Italy, the compromises made actually bring about change. It brings about a fascist government, but perhaps not as comprehensive as theoretically would be expected. And we talked about the anti-clerical thing. Mussolini is going to give his first speech in Parliament, and he is going to call the church itself one of the pillars of Italian society. He's not going to call for the king to be overthrown, even though the king, theoretically, the monarchy should represent this old conservative bent. No, Victor Emmanuel III is going to be in power in Italy the entirety of Mussolini's time in office, and actually is going to be the one to ultimately, after a vote of the Grand Council, remove Mussolini from power himself formally. So the monarch never goes away. The old conservatives, the landowners, the industrialists, they want to use the mass politics for their own purposes. And in Italy, they're going to kind of get away with it. That's not to say that they come out unscathed, that the Italian fascists don't do anything to change society. That's not true. But it is to say that a lot of the trappings and functions and institutions of the liberal government that exists in Italy, this constitutional monarchy that exists before the fascists take over, it is going to remain. The fascist party is going to become, authors will describe it as like this bureaucratic thing that basically meshes itself into the government and becomes a lot less revolutionary over time. I have a quote here from Mussolini. This is fast forward a few years into the governance. And what are you scratching? I have a quote here from Mussolini. It's a few years in the government. He, as the Duce, is not going to try to build a totalitarian project, really, until he's been in power for a few years, because there's this question about whether he can find a balance between his revolutionary fascist party and his black shirts, this paramilitarism, and the actual act of governance. And the conclusion he actually comes to is that I need to basically lean into the more conservative elements, the more authoritarian elements of society, and package it up in myself. So I am going to start to say that I, the Duce, am the general will. I am the revolution, right? I think Mussolini at some point says, quote, "I am fascism." Okay. And there's a quote from him here in January 25. There's this scandal about an opposition party member being assassinated. There's suspicions that Mussolini and the fascist party have a lot to do with it. And in his fake contrition over what took place, Mussolini says this: "I alone assume the political, moral, and historical responsibility." It's a very fascist way of saying, of intimating that it's his fault, that this person was assassinated. He's saying it in a way that makes it sound like l'état et moi, whatever Napoleon said, I am alone the political, moral, and historical responsibility. I am the general will. I am the Duce. We need to build something total. We need to build totalitarianism. However, in 1925, this concept of totalitarianism isn't quite fully formed, which is why we need to skip ahead a little bit to the 1932 doctrine of fascism. This is where the idea of totalitarianism is going to be constructed. And remember, the Italian fascists are going to take power in 22. They're going to rule. They're going to be the minority in a cabinet first. They're going to only have like 3 of 13 members of the cabinet. And it's through a law called the Acerbo law, the Acerbo law. Basically, they fudge some future elections where a party who gets a plurality basically gets 2/3 of the seats in the parliament. Then they move to abolish the parliament and replace it with a corporatist structure and a Grand Council of Fascists, which are going to technically rule almost like the Politburo. But then the Grand Council is basically not going to meet again until the fascists are doing terrible in World War II. And until then, Mussolini is going to basically operate as the singular alone dictator of Italy. And that whole project is going to be constructed starting actually in 1925. This is when other political parties are going to be banned. This is when there's going to be these land reforms, these ideas of melting down gold to help Italy build its industrial base and build up autarky, which is the purpose of the fascist state that they're trying to build after 1925. There's going to be a deal with the Catholic Church, the Lateran Pax in 1929, which is going to basically erase this anti-clerical phase of Italian fascism, where actually the church is going to recognize the Italian state, and the Italian state is going to recognize the independence of the Vatican, which exists to this day. The point is, when the Italian fascists take power, they start to look like a mix of traditional conservatives with a little bit of this corporatism mixed in. Then, they're not going to be anti-clerical anymore. Industrialists are actually going to do just fine under Benito Mussolini. The economy is going to be aimed in the direction of autarky, that is self-sustenance. That is to say that one of the critiques of the international system that the Italians had was that the plutocratic nations, France, the UK, the United States, whatever, they're the oppressor nations. The countries like Spain, Germany, Italy, the losers out of the Versailles Treaty, are going to be the proletarian nations, and therefore the best thing that they can do is build up their self-sufficiency, their autarky, their self-standing stature, and that's what the economy is going to be pointed towards, with mixed results. Foreign policy-wise, Italy is going to participate in some expansionary stuff. They're going to invade Albania towards the beginning of World War II, like some of the pre-World War II invasions. They're going to have a fight over some of their North African former, they want to second Risorgimento to rebuild the glory of Rome. So they're going to invade, or they're going to assert control in Libya from 1929 to 1934. Horrible things are going to happen there, including some proto-concentration camps. There's going to be a second Italo-Ethiopian War, 1935 to 1937. And one thing that I know a lot about is the Spanish Civil War. So the Italians, along with the Nazis, are going to help General Francisco Franco, who's going to give himself a title, Caudillo, which is a version for Spain of Führer from Germany, or Duce from Italy. And he is going to lead a mishmash of reactionary conservatives, Carlists and Seda, along with Phalangists, who are the fascists in Spain, into a revolution, or rather an uprising or revolt against the duly elected government to try to bring about a debated reactionary conservative / fascist government between 1936 and 1939, known as the Spanish Civil War. Ernest Hemingway is going to be there as a reporter. George Orwell is going to fight under the Payne militia, which is a Trotskyist organization. That's where the CNT is going to exist also in Barcelona, that revolutionary syndicalist movement, which is an anarchist leftist organization, or series of organizations, really. Mussolini and Hitler are going to basically use Spain as a practice area for World War II. Now, it's not clear that Mussolini really wants to participate in global expansion beyond his sphere of rebuilding Rome. It is Adolf Hitler who has this master plan to eventually, expand and expand and expand with Lebensraum, and to make that happen at the expense of the Soviet Union and the racial stuff. We'll get there. The Italians, there is the concept of, I had to look it up, spazio vitale, that is to say, living space. So that's not like the Lebensraum, the living space for the Germans. It's not completely unknown to the spazio vitale for the Italians, but it is just more chill, right? It's like, we're going to rebuild the Rome sphere of influence. We're going to have our influence in the Balkans and in Yugoslavia, on the Dalmatian coast, which is going to be annexed into Italy. But it's not as all-encompassing. It's not as totalitarian. It is not as dystopian as the Nazi vision. Now I need to talk briefly about one of the most influential works in fascist political discourse. It is written by a man named Giovanni Gentile, who is not to be mistaken with the writer and historian Emilio Gentile. Giovanni Gentile enters the government with Mussolini in 1922. He's one of the 3 members of the cabinet of Italy that is formed by the invitation of Victor Emmanuel. He is, I can't recall, so the economic minister is the 3rd. Obviously Mussolini is the 1st because he is the prime minister. I'm going to clean this better with a new rag, and I'm going to look up what Giovanni Gentile's title was in the first cabinet. 1 second. Okay, I cleaned the board. It was education was his role in the first cabinet, which makes sense because he is the one that gives fascism its philosophical foundation. There's another guy named Alfredo Rocco who's going to build some of the institutional aspects of like the Italian fascist corporatism, but it is Giovanni Gentile who's going to write. He's going to basically ghostwrite at least the first part of a piece of a document called The Doctrine of Fascism in 1932. And he might have also ghostwritten the second part, but that part is sometimes attributed to Mussolini himself in like histories. But at the time, the whole thing was attributed to Mussolini because he's the Duce, right? The Doctrine of Fascism. Now, the most important thing, if you remember nothing else from the Doctrine of Fascism in our discussion here, is this. The idea of totalitarianism is coined here. And that is going to... Well, the thing I want to say is that totalitarianism is never going to really exist in Italy. It's going to be conceived of in Italy, but it's never really going to exist in Italy. It's going to be attempted, but it's going to fail. But the idea of totalitarianism that is given in the Doctrine of Fascism, 1932, this is the philosophical underpinning, basically the justification of the last 10 years of fascist rule. Keep in mind, by now, they've declared that 1922 is the year 0 in a new fascist calendar. They've made Mussolini the premier leader, the Duce, right? There's a grand council that technically he can convene and they can make some decisions like a Politburo, but they're never called up. There is, different cabinet ministers who are now primarily fascist because of the Acerbo laws that have affected the electoral system in Italy. So there are some like corporate structures and things that look fascist within the government, but there's nothing totalizing going on. And the best evidence of that, of course, is that the king still exists in Italy. And fascism in this case looks more like vibes. It looks like black shirts. It looks like the poofy pants that Mussolini wears. It looks like, posters of his face. It looks like some territorial expansionism. But what it doesn't really look like is totalitarianism. And part of that is because, what it doesn't really look like is revolutionary. It doesn't look revolutionary anymore. It looks watered down. And there is, despite the fact that the fascists start to get a monopoly on political power starting in 1925 and build that up to 1929 by banning other political parties, by having, these reforms in economics and land and trying to build autarky, despite all this effort, really what the Italian fascists look like is a group of people that have basically bended all of their values with the establishment in Italy in order to have power. And so Giovanni Gentile writes this Doctrine of Fascism in 1932, in part as a way of trying to justify what has gone on right now and explain what the fascists are working towards. Because remember, the fascists are not intrinsically conservative. They are co-opted by conservatives. And they often, in the case of the Spanish fascists, like the Phalangists under Francisco Franco, those fascists are going to be co-opted into looking like just conservative authoritarianism. Practically, I don't know if it makes a huge difference to the person living in that society, but the philosophical differences are still huge. And Giovanni Gentile is going to write this down, the Doctrine of Fascism. This is fascism talking about itself in a way that is substantial, and that's why I want to talk about it a little bit. Now, the basis of Giovanni Gentile's Doctrine of Fascism is the idea of actual idealism. That is the idea that there is an absolute ideal that traces its origins all the way back to Hegel, which basically says that ideas can become reality through action, but that the basis of reality in and of itself is in the ideal, in the realm of ideas. There's another thing that Giovanni Gentile takes from Hegel, which is the idea that the state is the ethical state. The ethical state. Actually, I need to write that down. I need to set down my clipboard to write that down. Hold on. Ethical state is the idea that the individual and the collective are reconciled within the state itself. And in fact, Giovanni Gentile is going to say within the doctrine of fascism that the individual basically does not exist except when he is found in his actualization through the state. Now, this is obviously contrary to the ideas of liberalism. Remember, all the way back like an hour ago, we were talking about the Lockean social contract theory, that there's a bunch of things that the government can't do to the individual. They can't infringe on their life, liberty, and property. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in the American formulation. Giovanni Gentile is saying, no, that paradigm is completely wrong. The only way that the individual even has moral status is through the state itself. And the state exists to build this spiritual construction of the nation. The individual and the collective are reconciled through this ethical state when they all come together and all of their interests are taken care of through the Duce, through the leader, who assesses the general will through the generations, Italians past, present, and future. What would be needed for them? What would be the best thing for the nation? Not what's best for the individual right now. That is insubstantial. That has no ethical grounding according to Giovanni Gentile. All that matters is this grand, paramount, top priority, the nation itself. Liberation exists through that and that alone. Quote, I'll just grab my clipboard. No act is exempt from moral judgment. No act is exempt from moral judgment. If you act as an individual, you're messing up. If you act as an individual within the context of the nation, for the nation, if you die for the nation, become a martyr for the nation, that is a moral act. And the state and the nation are all encompassing in that way. To find yourself, you must dissolve yourself into the greater whole. What does Giovanni Gentile say about democracy in the doctrine of fascism? He says democracy itself, liberal democracy, parliamentary democracy, is a democracy of chaos, of quite often standing still, and standing still means death. Democracy should be a, quote, democracy of quality. That is to say, through the leader's will, we will determine what is the best thing for the demos, for the masses, for the basis of democracy. That's done through the Duce. It's not done through voting. And I think this is, again, I'm trying to knock down this idea that biological racism is the foundation of fascism, at least the foundation of all fascism, because here is a quote from Doctrine of Fascism, 1932. The nation, quote, is not a race, nor a geographically defined region, but a people historically perpetuating themselves. So, does that sound like it is literally saying that it is the nation itself is an idea, and that the nation as an idea is not based in geography, it's not based in race, it is based in this spiritual pursuit of the general will through the leader, of subsuming yourself, of dunking yourself into the collective. It is not about these individual distinctions. It is about, lost my brain fart. It is about, culture, language, perhaps. It is about all these things that constitute the nation. It is about everyone playing their role, being the cog in the machine, and basically giving up the idea of selfishness. Selfishness itself is a non-virtue, because even something like violence and death are virtuous through the fascist state as long as they are pointed towards the greater goal of the nation. Final thing I want to quote from the Doctrine of Fascism on: granted that the 19th century, socialism, liberalism, democracy defined the 19th century, that does not mean the 19th century will be defined by socialism, liberalism, and democracy. Fascism is different from those things. It is a third way, a fourth way, a fifth way, however you want to define it. That is why I went on that long ramble at the beginning about the 1848 revolutions. Fascism is an answer to all of those gestating ideas. Remember, socialism wasn't fully formed in 1848. The Communist Manifesto was literally published as all these revolutions and upheavals are beginning in Europe. The German ideology is written a couple years before. Das Kapital is written much later. Socialism is utopian. and various in this period. It's more populist. It's like busting into a parliament and being like, we need material conditions to be better, right? It's not fully formed. Liberalism, it's still having this eternal struggle with the absolute monarchy in this period, right? The Metternich system set up in the wake of Napoleon's fall and the French Revolution, this international system of monarchies defending their right to rule by basically saying we'll ally ourselves against liberals who want to have constitutions and want to limit your power, right? This form of liberalism, 1848, is its best attempt at trying to build something in a, overall, it's like this internationalist movement. They're not technically related, but they all happen simultaneously. Nationalism, it's this budding idea that's not necessarily right-wing and exclusionary and insidious in the way fascism's nationalism is. Fascism next to liberalism in the period of 1848 is actually kind of democratic. It's like all of us are bound together by this imagined community. We're all able to vote together to unite, not just geographically, but by our shared culture, language, and history, regardless of what our class is. While, liberalism is about restricted political liberty for the privileged few in general. It's about those negative rights. And the liberals learn in the 1848 revolutions that they actually fear the masses, that by giving universal suffrage, by offering this updated social contract, they actually invite upon themselves lots of chaos. So socialism, liberalism, conservatism, nationalism. I didn't mention conservatism, right? Napoleon III, he starts to buy into the paradigm of mass politics. Bismarck reunifies Germany, buys into the paradigm of mass politics, even though he is technically a conservative authoritarian. So conservatism, liberalism, socialism, whatever, nationalism, I'm starting to blend all of it together. All of those things that are present in 1848 that continue to develop all the way up to World War I, that are then basically shown to the grand population to be empty, or to feel that way at the very least, because of the material problems that occur after World War I ends through the extremely problematic Treaty of Versailles in 1919 that tries to build this world order that is doomed to failure. I mean, you don't want to be too deterministic, but I mean, the Treaty of Versailles had some flaws, to state the least, right? Fascism emerges from all this. These are the preconditions, basically, of fascism. It doesn't necessarily necessitate the death of millions, but what actually was the feeling? To borrow a phrase that will sound almost juvenile, but I promise that it makes sense. To consider the vibes on the ground, right, after World War I, is to consider an anomic crisis, the feeling of anomie, that emptiness, that space between the promises of the political system and the cold, hard rationality that it is derived from, the materialism that it's derived from, that ultimately fails to fill the hole in the soul. That is what fascism has to offer people. That is what fascism says is the antidote to the parliamentary democracy, to the socialists, is to not only address material conditions, not just fill stomachs, but fill hearts and souls. And if you want to combat fascism today, you have to consider, in my humble opinion, how to not just address the needs of the working class in a material, technocratic, policy-driven way. You don't just define it by, you don't just define your politics by material things, but you also offer people, as Georges Sorel said, a myth, something that they can rally around and believe in. And for as long as that is not placed in your politics, I think that you are missing an aspect of the appeal of fascism that gave it such power in this anomic crisis that happened after World War I. That's my working theory right now that I have admittedly developed as something that has just been percolating in my brain basically since I started this research. And I think that is important. And I hope that's okay that I kind of shared that personal journey with you, because obviously, in case I'm not being unequivocal, I'm not a fascist. I don't support fascist policies. I think fascism is bad. And if I've made a video called When is it Fascism or What is Fascism? It is not to advocate for it. It is to talk about it in a holistic way so we can understand it, so we can oppose its insidious aspects that come to corrode and destroy and hurt and divide. Okay. So one little addendum before we move on to Germany. I hope that you're starting to get a very clear picture of what fascism is and how it is not merely defined by its antis. One little addendum. In 1938, as the German Nazis are looking ascendant on the global stage, as they're demanding territory, rearming, as they're building up this giant war machine, which is eventually going to flood over the borders of Poland, of France, that's going to bombard England in the Blitz, and then roll over the border with the Soviet Union. As all this is happening, Italy is going to look, sorry, I had to take a cut. Italy is going to look, and Mussolini in particular is going to look at Germany and say, there must be something there. And even if there's not something there to that fascism, even if I personally, Mussolini, and this is debated, and I'm not being absolute here, but even if Mussolini says our garden racism is chill, we definitely think, other races are stupid or whatever. But going all the way back to like the Fiume incident with Gabriele D'Annunzio, right? Remember, it's multi-ethnic. And in the Doctrine of Fascism, we've seen like it is not a race. That is a quote from the Doctrine of Fascism. So nonetheless, Mussolini starts to synchronize a little bit with Hitler. We can talk about, I personally cannot give you an expert's perspective on how and why that all took place, the justification for it. But basically there were anti-racial laws that begin to look extremely anti-Semitic and look like German fascism that begin to emerge in 1938. Now, one of the things that I must point out is that Italian Jews, I had a little page, I actually took some notes on this because I wanted to try to be accurate. Okay. The funding for fascism, some of the people who funded fascism were Jewish between 1920 and 1922. I'm not saying fascism was a Jewish conspiracy, just to be clear. Okay. Aldo Finzi was an Italian fascist who was also Jewish, who was in the Grand Council of Benito Mussolini. Robert Paxton, in his book, I believe that one was The Anatomy of Fascism, wrote that there were 230 Jews in the March on Rome. In 1933, listed among the 12 greatest Christian In 1933, Benito Mussolini was listed by a Jewish group of publishers as among the 12 greatest Christian champions of the Jews. Okay, so there's no sense, even as late as 1933, that Benito Mussolini is interested in biological racism like in Germany. Mussolini disagreed with the idea of the master race. I already mentioned that. However, there are racial laws in 1938. However, initially in Italian fascism, there is no biological anti-Semitism. There is an idea of cultural homogenation and territorial nationalism. Again, Griffin called this, quote, common garden racism. So fascism does not need in order for fascism to be fascism, it does not need the myth of pure blood, of biological racism, of this social Darwin idea of race. The Fascist Party had over 10,000 members in 1938. One out of every 3 Jewish Italians was in the Fascist Party, according to Stanley Payne. And there was a perspective when these 38 racial laws came into existence that actually it was just Mussolini sucking up to Hitler. And one last piece of evidence here, 80% of Jews, even after, Italy becomes effectively occupied by the Germans. There is this puppet state that comes into existence after. So World War II doesn't go very good for the Italians nor the Germans, but it goes worse for the Italians earlier. They're already overextended from their actions in Libya and Ethiopia. And Mussolini is ejected by the Grand Council. They vote to tell the king we should remove Mussolini. Mussolini is removed. He is nonetheless reinstalled in the north of Italy in what will come to be called the Italian Social Republic. Salo Republic is the shorthand for that. And there's a period of time where Italy is basically participating in Nazi policies to export the Jews, as we know occurred in places like France and other places like Poland where Nazi occupation took place. And nonetheless, what I'm trying to point out is that there was actually 80% of Italian Jews survived. 20% is not anything to just dismiss, but 80% survived, a lot of them in hiding, which necessarily implies a lot of collaboration among Italians to protect the Jewish population. There's a great book on myself somewhere about how the Danes in Denmark protected their Jewish population during the Nazi years. And this is one of the bright lights of World War II during some of these darkest years in human history, where people actually were working together to protect people. And they did it imperfectly, and it didn't always work out, but it did happen. And all of that is, I think, evidence to say that Italian fascism, bad, but blood and soil is not a good mnemonic for fascism for that very reason, because fascism in Italy was not intrinsically, and certainly not, it was not intrinsically racist. It didn't need racism to be fascism. And it certainly was not an intrinsic part of Italian fascism until the German fascism became the ascendant version of fascism on the continent. So let's talk about German fascism next, briefly, because my brain is turning to mashed potatoes. So I think that, we can skip a little bit of the dynamics in Weimar Germany between World War I and II as regards the economics and sort of the disruptions that go on there. A lot of the dynamics are simply, for our purposes, it would be like a copy paste of me describing some of the unrest that took place in Italy after World War I, where soldiers come back, they're unhappy with their status, where the pains of industrialization are not being rectified, where the government is seen as ineffective in dealing with the fact that people are coming back and dealing with inflation and unemployment. However, if you've ever learned about the fall of the Weimar Republic, that is the republic that is established in Germany after the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm II at the end of the war, World War I, and that exists until basically it is destroyed by the Nazis in the succession through the Enabling Act, and before that through the emergency laws that followed the Reichstag fire. We'll get there. In any event, this is the Italian case, but on speed, on crack, because the German fascist movement is going to be born out of a state of affairs in Germany that is far worse than anything experienced in Italy. The Germans are remember, the Italians are on the winning side, and they're upset because their victory is mutilated. The Germans are on the losing side. Not only do they lose World War I, not only are they subjected to harsh reparations, not only are they subjected to a loss of territory that accounts for over 10% of land, but it also accounts for 10% of population, over 10% of population, and they lose some of the most productive areas for industry in Germany, which obviously is bad for their economy. They lose Alsace-Lorraine. They have the Ruhr region occupied by the French to extract reparations from them when they fail to produce them in a timely fashion. There's occupation even immediately after the war in certain regions by the victorious troops. The inflation that goes on in Germany is mostly a product of the fact that the Weimar government is effectively protesting the reparations by printing money and just paying the reparations through increasingly worthless currency as a means of protesting against the intense conditions of the reparations needed in the Versailles Treaty. And finally, the thing that made basically German pride damaged in a way that, we have to be careful with cause and effect in historical analysis, but literally in the Versailles Treaty, there is a war guilt clause that the Germans were forced to sign under duress that said that the entirety of World War I, all of the devastation, all of the death, the origins of the war, was all Germany's fault. Now, did Germany have blame in World War I? Hell yeah. Okay, don't get me wrong, but all of it, get out of here. That's crazy. And the Germans would come to resent that and it would become part of this overall legend of like, we're being held down. We've basically been dissected and carved out by the victorious powers. We needed a strong man to make us, to bring us back from this humiliation. And add to that a idea of the Durchstoßlegende. Entschuldigung, Deutsche, dass ich das so schlecht gesagt habe. Durchstoßlegende. I would say that better 3 hours ago, but I've been going too long. You're like, stop saying it over and over badly. Write it down, dang it. Durchstoßlegende. Without that capital L there. It's the German word for the dagger stab legend. This in English, this gets translated to the stab in the back legend. It's the idea that Germany was not losing the war, but rather that what will come to be the Jewish-inspired parliamentarians, the generals, not the generals, the Kaiser. Basically, there was this grand betrayal, and that actually the Germans didn't really lose World War I, except for the fact that they were betrayed. So combine this perception the war was actually going well, combine the material suffering, the unemployment, the hyperinflation, the extremely destructive terms of the Versailles Treaty, and you have a toxic brew already. But the Germans and their fascism that's going to grow out of this is going to be fundamentally different than the Italian fascism. Not fundamentally. It's going to be a different variety of fascism. It's going to be a different manifestation of fascism because of the racial aspects, this biological racism that gets baked into German fascism. Adolf Hitler is born in 1889, not 1886 like I guessed earlier, and 1883 is Mussolini. 1889, he's born in Austria. And his mother is going to die. He is going to move to Vienna, and he's going to spend the years 1908 to 1913 in Vienna. What is he doing? Well, the famous story from his own autobiography / political diatribe, Mein Kampf, and of course from all of the different histories that have confirmed and explained in greater detail with more subtlety about what was going on here, is that Hitler was basically living a somewhat bohemian life. He was going to didn't get into the art school, but he did try to sell paintings here and there to make some money. He took weird odd jobs. He lived in shared housing at times. He was a bit of a bum, and he was also he says himself, like, this was the worst period of my life. So he's miserable, and he's being influenced at this period. Nonetheless, he's scrounging together money to do things like go to the opera to see a Wagner performance of a Wagner opera, not to see Wagner himself. So Wagner is a problematic figure in German history, but he is not a fascist. He exists before fascism. All of his, and even like, I remember when I was working for the Foreign Office in Germany that like Angela Merkel would go to the Bayreuth Theater that was constructed specifically to be this pan-Germanic citadel for Wagner and his operas. The thing about Wagner that spoke to Germans so much, or spoke to Hitler so much, was this pan-German vision of a reconstituted Germany with these Nietzschean ideas of a rebirth of moral values. And you get also these bizarre spiritual aspects within Wagner operas. The Bayreuth Theater, this place where the Bayreuth Theater and the places in Vienna where Hitler would go to see these Wagner plays, where he was even poor, but he would still find time to go see a Wagner play. These were the supposed birthplace of this new Volksgemeinschaft for Germany. Volksgemeinschaft. Let me write that down. Volksgemeinschaft is the idea. It literally means folk community, basically. Volk. It's very related to the English word folk with an F. Gemeinschaft means community, or community is the best way to Gemeinschaft. Okay, Volksgemeinschaft is this idea that the German folk, that is the people with their folk legends, the pan-German people all over the former German states in Austria, Prussia, in the Sudetenland, right? All over where German speakers prevail, or German culture prevails, where German nationalism would describe as Germany. These are all part of a singular Volksgemeinschaft. But it goes deeper than that, because Volkish theory is based quite often not just in sort of the homier versions of what you think of as folk music, right? Nobody thinks about folk music and thinks, oh, this is terrible, rural music where people celebrate their past on the land over generations. What a terrible thing. That's not really what Volkish ideology stays at, right? That's not the level they go at, right? Volkish ideology is also this combination of scientific racism, this emerging idea based on a perverted version of Darwin's theory of evolution, that there are, in fact, racial categories that can be placed in competition with each other for the survival of the fittest. In basic terms, that the German folk in their Volksgemeinschaft with their folkish theories are actually superior. They are Aryans. And there's very bizarre pseudoscientific theories that go into this Aryan race, like the idea that maybe the Germans are related to the Indians because the swastika is something that is related to like India. So maybe the Aryans are actually somehow related to Indians, even though I am sure that the Germans did not think that the Indians were their brothers and sisters in the Aryan race at that current moment. But you get places like Denmark, you get obviously all of the Germanic territory. You get the idea that they are superior to the peoples, the races like the Slavs, the Slavic people, and the Russians, who are just kind of lumped in there with the Slavs, with the quote-unquote Mongoloids, right? The Asians. And I won't use the word that they use for black people, but there was a word for that. A lot of this came from the writer Arthur de Gobineau, who wrote in an 1855 essay on the inequality of the human races that there were three categories. He used some other terminology, but we'll just say white, yellow, and black, and that the mixing of race was the equivalent of the downfall of civilization. Another huge influence on Adolf Hitler in this period was Houston Chamberlain, who was actually the son-in-law of Wagner. And he became the son-in-law because he started dating Wagner's daughter, as I understand it, and like sought him out because he thought Wagner's plays were basically this foundation of a spiritual regeneration of Germany. He writes The Foundations. He writes a book called The Foundations of the 19th Century, which is about race and Aryanism. And this is where we get the insidious idea, because if you think dividing humanity into three races is bad, this is where we get the idea that the Jewish people are not just one race that is inferior, but rather that they are an anti-race, that they are an outsider, that they are less than human, that they are these invaders in the Germanic lands, in the Aryan society, in the Volksgemeinschaft, with an S. Sorry about that. That they are representative of the cold parliamentarianism, that behind everything that you think previous iterations of fascism were against, that is finance capital, internationalism, liberalism, right? Socialism, Bolshevism, behind all of those things are this group of outsiders, this anti-race, the Jewish people. I don't feel comfortable saying these things, actually. It feels weird to even say them out loud as a description of these people's beliefs, but here I am. I hope you will understand that I am merely describing this philosophy, this bizarre thread of events and beliefs that came to construct the worldview, the Weltanschauung of Adolf Hitler in his Vienna years. Weltanschauung, I think it's often brought into the English language just as Weltanschauung, but it's basically a way of seeing the world. Die Welt, German, is the word for world, and Anschauung is like perspective or view. So the Weltanschauung is the worldview. And Hitler's worldview, it's debated whether it was fully formed in Vienna or if this came later, but between 1909 and 1913, Hitler's going to be in a city, Vienna, where there is, first of all, this is the Austro-Hungarian Empire, prior to that empire's collapse at the end of World War I. It is a multi-ethnic state, and Hitler hates this. He hates the Jews, he hates the Slavs in the city. He thinks that basically Vienna is a representation of all that is wrong with the watering down of the Aryan race, of the Volkish people, or of the Germanic Volkish ideology. I should just mention, while I just glanced down at my notes, Otto Böckel in 1887 is the first anti-Semite elected to the Reichstag. He actually had torchlight parades to celebrate his election. That's all the way back in the late 1800s, 1887. So you can see that some of these racial theories are emerging in the mid-1800s. They're developing alongside nationalism in the late 1800s. Remember, I said earlier, nationalism is a little bit more democratic, inclusive in this period of time. It's about culture. It's about shared language. It's about geographical boundaries as this imagined community, right? And compared to liberalism, which is more elite, which wants only the few to participate in politics, nationalism says, no, we need mass politics. The nation is all of us, and so therefore we should all participate in its politics. That version, that more inclusive version of nationalism, interacts with these racial, quasi-scientific racial theories to become more exclusionary over time and to become this insidious, awful version that Hitler interacts with when he's in Vienna. The mayor of Vienna, I think his name is Leugner. Let me double check. Mayor Karl Lueger Leugner, the liar, Lügner. Yeah, Leuge is an anti-Semitic. He is the mayor of Vienna, and despite the fact that Vienna is this multi-ethnic city, he basically bases his politics on the idea that that anti-Semitism is the thing that he uses in his populism to make himself popular. Hitler is also impacted by Georg Ritter von Schönere, who is another, and I wrote it down, a political figure at this time who believes that Germany and Austria should come together. So it's the basis of the Anschluss policy that Hitler's going to pursue once he is chancellor. He also, Schönere, no surprise, is also an anti-Semite, and more surprisingly, he's an anti-Catholic. We think later on in Italy about the collaboration basically between the church and the Italian fascists in Germany. There's this constant tension between the church and the German fascists and the Protestant churches and the German fascists. There is this attempt to work together to find a status quo. The only independent organizations that are going to exist through Nazi totalitarianism actually are some of these church institutions, these youth groups, and it is going to be some of the Christians that oppose and try to assassinate Hitler. And the Catholic Church in particular is going to oppose the euthanasia policies of the Nazis. They're going to tell the Nazis when they're early on in their period of killing people, basically liquidating and practicing eugenics on genetically inferior people. It's the Catholic Church that's going to protest that. And eventually the Nazis are going to take that into hiding to try to erase the appearance of doing those things because of the pressure from the Catholic Church. Nonetheless, there is going to be a concordat with the Vatican, between the Vatican and Hitler once he's in power, that's going to look pretty similar to the one that's going on in Italy, where the Catholic Church, the Vatican, and the National Socialist government, the Nazis, say, "Hey, we don't mess with you, you don't mess with us. So Catholic Church, you stay out of politics, and we will stay out of the Catholic Church. You can continue to just do your thing and have your youth groups." That doesn't play out cleanly, but that's the idea. Nonetheless, there is an anti-Catholicism that is baked into the early stages of the Nazi political project, of German fascism, more specifically. So just to be clear, the racial policy combines with this nationalism. There's this feeling that the Jewish people are anti-Völkisch, they are decadent, as in they are the non-producers, the non-productive forces in the economy. They are socialist and materialist, so they are not about the spiritual aspects that fascists will value so much. And of course, when it comes to socialism, they are the Bolsheviks that took over power in St. Petersburg in Russia in the October Revolution of 1917. Hitler leaves Vienna in 1913, and he is dodging being drafted into Austro-Hungarian army. That's basically the conclusion of historians, that he wants to leave Vienna in order to not be part of what would be a multi-ethnic, multilingual army for Austro-Hungary in World War I. He wants to go to Germany. He goes to Munich. He escapes to Munich and joins the German armed forces in Munich. And he is a corporal in World War I. He's a runner of some kind. I've heard the story 100 times. My brain is fried. He does a dangerous job in the war, and he earns some accolades for that, but he never rises above the rank of corporal. And when he leaves the war in 1919, he is, like many Germans, distraught at the fact that Germany has basically surrendered, especially after the fact that they took territory and they signed a separate peace with the Soviet Union, with the Bolsheviks, that took some territory for Germany. And now, not only are they giving that back, but they're giving up, parts of Poland. They're giving up Alsace-Lorraine. They're being occupied, blah, 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 reparations, the war guilt clause. Hitler's obviously among many Germans who object to this when he comes home. Hitler's also continuing to be listless at this period in 1919, 1920. He actually remains in the armed forces and is sent by the government and by the military to investigate some of these problematic rising nationalist movements in places like Bavaria. And this is where he meets Anton Drexler, who is the founder of the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the German Workers' Party, the DAP. Now, you already know that this is eventually going to become the NSDAP, that is the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. But at this moment in time, when Hitler stumbles into a meeting while he's ostensibly investigating as a corporal, or I forget if he gets to become he never becomes a captain. Captain Ernst Röhm is going to be somewhat important for Hitler going forward. Anyway, Corporal Hitler goes into a meeting of the DAP, the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, and he is infatuated with this nationalism because it comports to a lot of the things that he's come to believe in his time in Vienna. That is, that he describes socialists themselves when he goes to like a May Day-esque parade of the socialists with all their red banners, and he describes it as like a human dragon worm. He really doesn't like the political left in this period of time. He doesn't like the Jews, obviously. Sorry, there was a beeping. I had to make a cut there. He doesn't like the Jews. His anti-Semitism is emerging, and his pan-German nationalism and his belief in this Volksgemeinschaft is built through attending Wagner operas. And then that merges with the economic crisis that comes after the end of World War I. He stumbles into this meeting of the German Workers' Party, and he becomes infatuated. He joins, and he becomes the German Workers' Party, their best speaker. He's the one that can draw crowds. He starts to realize that he can begin a speech nice and slow, almost a little bit like endearing in his anxiety. And then over time, he can build and build and build, and then crescendo and get the crowd into a frenzy once he kind of feels that they're along for the ride with him. This is the birth of that stereotype, and not just a stereotype, but the reality of what a Nazi rally looks like in Germany. When you get the screaming "wah, bah, 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 bah" stuff, that's that it comes from the fact that Hitler's speech is basically one long crescendo. I'm not saying he's the first and only person to ever use that style of giving a speech. I've seen it given by people who are absolutely not fascists, but Hitler discovers this style for his own, and it becomes very successful in the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. Now, in February of 1920. The Deutsche Arbeiterpartei becomes the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Why do they add the terms national and socialist, right? You'll get these gotchas from shock jocks and stuff on the political right that say, aha, socialist. It's in the word National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the Democrat Party in the United States. They're socialists, therefore the Democrats are Nazis, right? That's the talk radio shock jock perspective. Let me put this to bed right here. This is a branding exercise in part, but it is also the reality that just like in Italy, remember we went through all those lists of policies the fascists had, and early fascists are not exclusively reactionary conservatives. They not only want to earn the votes of the masses and the industrialists for their cross-class project, but they are going to offer some policies that are not exclusively conservative, like libertarian market policies, right? There are going to be some social policies within the fascist platform, along with its scientific racism, along with its actual eventual industrial policy that is going to make industrialists lots and lots and lots of money. The Nazi Party in power is going to be extremely, extremely pro-business, at least pro-big business, not pro-small business. There's going to be a reindustrialization in which some of these industrialists are going to become extremely wealthy. They are going to go to them at the beginning of their rule. They're going to say, hey, join us National Socialists or get the hell out. You're going to make a lot of money. There's not going to be an election for another 100 years. Get on the bandwagon. We'll do great. There is no socialism once the National Socialists get to power, but there are going to be some statist projects. We'll get to that. There's some subtlety here. Hitler's going to call the socialist in the National Socialist German Workers' Party a, quote, unfortunate term. They are vehemently anti-Marxist, anti-socialist. They're going to fight the socialists on the street. Hitler, like I already said, in Vienna, is going to go and be disgusted at socialists. There's going to be a red triangle in concentration camps for communists and socialists, political dissidents from the political left. At the Nuremberg rally, I think, or at certain rallies, there's going to be a Marxism muss sterben, Marxism must die banners. Hitler is going to eventually extricate some of the members of the Nazi left that want a little bit more of a revolutionary, working class based policy agenda in the first years of the Nazi power, and that's going to result in the Night of the Long Knives in 1934, in which the SA and some of the people representing the political left-ish wing of the Nazi party are going to be shot and killed by the SS. So let's talk a little bit about the party platform, the 24 points that are going to become part of the agenda, of the Nazi party as they approach power. What happens is that these 24 points are developed in 1920 with Anton Drexler. They're going to be a combination of the political left and the political right, and they're going to sprinkle in this biological racism we've been talking about. Like I've already said, Nazism, just like the rest of fascism in these years, purports to be a third way, a cross-class revolution based in struggle, in shared blood in the Nazi case, in shed blood in the Italian case. Nonetheless, it is not going to be a surprise. It should not be a surprise to you when you see things that look like they're from the political left, ostensibly, and from the political right inside the same party platform, because that is the entire point of fascism, quite often. Okay, in a policy sense, obviously the entire point is like a spiritual development of the nation. Policy-wise, it's about left and right being combined. So if you're on the political left and you say, fascism is just the right wing, especially when fascism is being born, that's wrong, right? Fascism is far right wing often when it takes power. Its manifestations are far right wing. A lot of its policies are far right wing. It is not always born that way. It's born quite often as a third way. Okay, the 1920 platform of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. The 24 points of the platform, or 25 points, I can't remember exactly how many points there are. It's in 1920, and there's 24 points or 25 points with Anton Drexler. Hitler and he promulgate this platform. Okay, now, listen to some of these policies. Land expropriation. That sounds pretty left. Opposition to the idle rich. Idle rich. So again, just like in Italian fascism, there's this opposition to the rich people who simply sit on their capital rather than using it productively. So that is not anti-capitalist. That is still standing capitalism, right? If you're going to be a capitalist, get with it, be productive, bring all the classes together and build something for the nation, right? It's not anti-capitalism. Therefore, it's not socialism. It's not Marxism. It is something else. It is a third way. Sorry, I went ahead and pulled up my notes here, or picked up my notes here. It is against large corporations. It purports to want to have the nationalization of large corporations and to protect small business. Okay. What you will not find in here. Well, first of all, let me make a note on the nationalization of large corporations and the protection of small businesses. That don't happen. All right. It is the national big business that are protected and the small businesses that falter. Why? When the Nazis take power, their main priority pretty quickly becomes industrialization, reindustrialization, the violation of the Versailles Treaty to rearm Germany in a hurry. Now, what does that mean? It means that they need big business with the Germans actually use this word, know-how, their know-how with their ability, with their supply chains or whatever modern terms we might use. Basically, the Nazis need to collaborate with big business in order to industrialize quickly, right? That is the main priority. What happens to the people who are in the working class and in the small business petit bourgeoisie when the Nazis take power? Well, what actually happens is a return to feudalism to a certain extent. What are you talking about? Feudalism is about the land. It's about farmers. Well, it's basically an industrial feudalism that takes place both in the cities and out in the land. Out in the land, if basically everyone who works in Germany under the Nazi Party becomes tied to their job with a little card that has to be signed off by the bureaucracy in order to even move jobs. And it says what you're able to do. And basically you are tied to your employer. Now, ostensibly, this is because everyone needs to work together and everyone, including the industrialists, needs to provide jobs to these people with their cards. But what it means in practice is that you are stuck. If your working conditions suck, if your boss is a dick, you must stay in your job and continue to work. You are stuck. When the Nazis begin to conquer territory, they also bring in a bunch of slave labor. That's obviously some of the darker parts of Nazi stuff. But even for the practical, for the people inside the Volksgemeinschaft, right? You are not liberated through Nazism. You're not able to become part of the rise of the proletariat to take on the means of production. No, you are strapped to the means of production, quite literally sometimes, right? To do your work in that place and to not switch jobs. And the capitalist business owner, the industrialist, is the happiest person of all because the Nazis artificially kept wages down in order to make sure that things did not become too expensive as they reindustrialized to keep inflation down. That also means that for big industrialists, profits went up. Life's pretty good for the industrialists as long as you pay homage to the Nazi party. I won't do the actual salute. That's where you get to have your bread buttered in the leadership under the rulership of the NSDAP. However, this early Nazi platform of the NSDAP, co-written by Anton Drexler, is a little bit more left than actual German governments would eventually be. And there is actually a movement within the National Socialist Party to move away from some of that and to retool the platform. There's a guy named Gregor Strasser and his brother Otto Strasser who are involved in an attempt to retool the platform. And I think part of their drive was to bring a little bit further to the revolutionary syndicalist side of things, to basically be a little bit more oriented towards the working class and not just this cross-class corporatism. But Hitler sees this attempt to alter the 1920 platform that takes place in 1924 as a threat to his leadership. And so as someone who's now emerging as the Fuhrer, he wants to have the monopoly of leadership within the Nazi party. He opposes their alterations to the party platform and basically says, the party platform is a symbol of my leadership, my unquestioning Führership. Don't touch it. Was Adolf Hitler super dedicated to all the parts of the platform? No. The platform represented his power, and therefore people who touched it and who wanted to modify it, who wanted to gain influence in the party and make it more in their image, in their version of what National Socialism should be, they were effectively threatening to Hitler his political power. And the person who gets stuck in the middle of this is actually Joseph Goebbels, who you'll know as the most infamous propaganda minister of the entire 20th century. He is actually one of the people that is with the Strassers considering reforms, and Hitler brings him in and kind of wines and dines him and convinces him that he's a brilliant guy, plays on his psychology a little bit, and gets him to turn against those who want to reform the platform. And from then on, the relationship between Goebbels and Hitler is one of the Führer at the very top and his devoted worshiper, Joseph Goebbels. And that is going to be used to great effect all the way through the end of World War II, when Joseph Goebbels, at the moment when Germany is starting to lose territory to the Soviets, to the Americans who invade in the South, Goebbels is the one that declares total war. The furthest stretches of totalitarianism that can possibly go, along with the genocidal things going on the continent. And so that relationship is extremely productive. And this is the moment, 1923, 1924, when the party platform is in danger of being edited, and Hitler sees this as a threat to his power. It is this moment when he brings in Joseph Goebbels, brings in the person that is going to be the most effective communicator of Nazi policy for the next decade, over 2 decades. Mathematics. So let's talk a little bit about the mid-20s. This is a moment where Hitler does a very similar thing to Mussolini and decides that his party needs to have a rural appeal. So again, he starts to fetishize the farmer as the purest version of the folk. He starts to move the party into a cross-class appeal, and he becomes a mainstream politician. Because in this moment so let's talk about the early 20s. Germany's in really bad shape, okay? There is a stabilization of the Weimar Republic that takes place between 25 and 29, where unemployment remains high, the economy is not good, but the inflation is not as wildly out of control as it once was. Nonetheless, there are these moments, these inflection points where the nationalists overall start to look at the Weimar government as this empty liberal project that is conspiring with the internationalists and the international Jewry or whatever to keep Germany down. There is the Dawes Plan, which is an attempt to restructure the reparations payments for Germany. And there's eventually something called the Young Plan. There's also Locarno treaties, etc. But let's not get lost in the details here because we are 4 hours, and according to my watch, 4 hours and 22 minutes. I'm sure that's not where the video is right now for you because I've had to cut some things out. This is where, in specifically the Young Plan and its promotion in 1929, its opposition, is where the right wing of German politics are actually going to invite Hitler in to help them form a united front against the Young Plan, which again is a restructuring of reparations payments, to basically say we shouldn't pay any reparations payments. Hitler in this moment gets a little bit of mainstream attention. He gets to basically look like a middle-class, presentable, normal politician to anyone who accepted or were receptive and heard his messages on places like the radio and in the papers for this united right-wing opposition to the Dawes and the Young Plan. The other thing that starts to happen is the Zusammenstöße. This is where the German fascists begin to clash in the streets of places, in particular in Berlin, with the socialists and the Marxists. There is a feeling in this period of time, just like there was in Italy, that the revolutionary Bolshevik movements, the socialist movements, were potentially going to have a coup and take power at any moment. And Red Berlin at this time, that's what it was called, was a bastion of red, a bastion of socialism, of Marxism. And again, just like in Italy, the only thing that probably held the political left from taking power was this split between the reformists, the social democrats, and the maximalists, the Bolsheviks, who wanted to have a vanguard party to take power. And actually, this comes to a head pretty early on in the history of the Weimar Republic when a group of paramilitary soldiers, with the tacit consent of the Social Democrats in Weimar, has two German communists, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, assassinated, dumped into the river, and their bodies are later discovered. Rosa Luxemburg, interestingly, probably gives the most cogent Marxist argument against the social democrat reformism that was given by Eduard Bernstein, which we talked about before. She's an interesting figure, and she's doubly influential these days because she's seen as a martyr for Marxist-Leninism. She interacted with not just Bernstein in writing, but physically, met people like Lenin, if I'm not mistaken. And the German Communist Party, the German left, really was the biggest communist party outside of the Soviet Union. So the idea that the Bolsheviks would actually take power was not far-fetched at all in Germany. And so you start to see through these Zusammenstöße, that is the clash together, you see these moments where the fascists and the socialists fight in the streets of Berlin. It looks a lot like the black shirt kind of fights that go on in Italy. And the Germans start to make martyrs out of the people that die in these clashes, and they're doing the killing as well. It's a pretty violent period. And one of the interesting things, actually, I should take a small detour just to step back real quick, which is that actually there is, I promised you earlier I'd bring up the concept of National Bolshevism. That is the idea that some people on the far right, the nationalist right, people even further to the right than the NSDAP in theory, thought that actually the most authentic revolutionaries out there were the Bolsheviks, who took power as a vanguard party in the Soviet Union, and that actually that is the solution, that there should be a alliance between the Soviet Bolsheviks and a future fascist Germany that will oppose the plutocratic countries like the UK and France, etc. And so there actually is this weird place where the political far left, right, the Bolsheviks, the Leninists, the Marxist-Leninists, and the fascists kind of intersect. It's a very interesting little thing. Adolf Hitler does not share this opinion. Obviously, he's about as anti-Bolshevik as it comes. He thinks the Bolsheviks are all just a bunch of Jews, bad Jews, right? He's anti-Semitic. And another thing that's going to lead to Hitler being opposed to Bolshevism is that the Bolsheviks took power by force, right? They stormed the Winter Palace in October 1917, staged a coup, got rid of the provisional government under Kerensky, and eventually, because the Russian state, the Tsarist state, was hollowed out and this provisional government was so weak, the Bolsheviks were able to hold and retain power. Hitler in 1923 initiates something called the Beer Hall Putsch. I'm sure you've heard of this, in the Bürgerbraukeller in Bavaria, in which he bursts into a political gathering in this beer hall where some Bavarian members of the Reichstag, some local officials are meeting and discussing things, and basically demands the overthrow of the Weimar government, demands these government officials in Bavaria, in Munich, join him in overthrowing the Weimar government. The officials, there's a lot of mixed reporting about what happened there. Some people say Hitler won over the crowd and convinced the politicians, and then they backtracked later. Others say the politicians never bought in. They just played along for their own safety because Hitler bust in with a bunch of SA, that's Sturmabteilung, paramilitary folks, and was intimidating everyone to basically go along with this ruse. It fails. Okay. The people who he tried to convince to join him in this uprising against the Weimar Republic turn their backs on him. Hitler and his SA people are met with actual force from local authorities, and Hitler goes to prison for only 8 months. He's given a very lenient sentence with parole that he eventually leaves prison. And anyway, the reason I bring this up, you probably already know the story. The reason I bring this up is because this is really when Hitler decides, I will not be part of a Bolshevik style taking of power, that is a coup, that is a non-constitutional way of taking power, just like the Italian fascists who were invited into government. I want to go that path. I want to basically build an electoral project that will then take power through elections. And that is what the Nazi Party does thereafter. The Nazi Party is banned for a little bit, but is reborn, I believe, in 1925, 1926. This is also in Mein Kampf, a somewhat obscure book when it's first published, only selling like 10,000 copies. Obviously, once the Nazis take power, every home will have a copy, not literally, but most, a lot of whatever. You get the idea. It's not actually that big of it's not like Mein Kampf hit the shelves and everybody was like, we got to buy this now. This is revolutionary. It was this obscure book that sold some copies and only became ubiquitous after the Nazis take power. Nonetheless, Mein Kampf has a strange autobiographical political diatribe aspect to it. It is not functionally a very political book in the sense that it is not cogent, what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my thoughts here, but think about the doctrine of fascism, which is written by an actual flawed but real philosopher, Giovanni Gentile, in 1932. Hitler's Mein Kampf, which obviously predates it, is just like, here's what I hate. I don't like parliamentarians. I don't like the plutocratic nations. I don't like, obviously, the Jews. I am interested in the Volk, in this social Darwinism, in this scientific racism, in building something new and revolutionary through the purity of blood. The Weimar Republic goes back to being unstable as the votes start to split in 1930 elections. And why does this happen? Because of the Great Depression. First and foremost, the relative stability that's experienced between 1925 and 1925 is disrupted when the global financial crisis arrives on the shores of Germany. I guess only the northern part of Germany has shores, but whatever, you get the idea. The two parties that are the main beneficiaries of this chaos are the Communist Party of Germany and the National Socialist Party of Germany. They both become hugely represented in the Reichstag through the elections in 1930 in a way that makes it hard to form a governing coalition for the other parties of the right and the left, like the Social Democrats, the Catholic centrists, and so on and so forth. I forget, NK, National, whatever. There's a Nationalist Party as well. There's like a variety of parties. The fact that there are so many small parties in the Weimar Republic leads to a crisis of governance, where governing coalitions cannot be done without the National Socialists, without the Communists, or at least it becomes very hard. And this is part of the reason why today the German Constitution has a floor where they say if you don't at least get 5% of the vote, you get no votes in the Bundestag. This is a direct result of the failures of the Weimar Constitution to keep these minoritarian parties from gaining seats and splintering the vote so much that coalitions became impossible. Now, by 1930, the Nazis get 18% of the vote. They take 100. Let me get my notebook so I can actually give you precise numbers. I don't want to fudge this. In the September 1930 elections, they get 107 seats, 18% of the vote. They are the second largest party. What happens is that President Hindenburg, who is at this point extremely old, becoming half senile, as they always say in the history books that I've read, who is not particularly dedicated to parliamentary government at all, and actually is like, he doesn't actually care that much whether a governing majority is possible. He issues under Article 48 of the German Constitution permission for the Chancellor to rule by emergency decree. And keep in mind, there are two roles that sound similar on paper, or at least they sound similar to the untrained ear in German politics. They still exist today, and it can be a little confusing. So there's the Reichskanzler, that is the person who is the Chancellor of Germany, Chancellor of the Reich, who is effectively a part of Parliament. Right? They are the equivalent of the Prime Minister in the UK. They're in charge of executive stuff. They have a cabinet and ministers. They're in charge of the day-to-day governance. They are the executive of the German government. You also have the Reichspräsident. So you have a chancellor and a president, Hindenburg. He is the face of the government. He is the traditionalist. He is basically the replacement of the monarch, of the Kaiser in this political system. So France has this as well right now, and their system's so complicated with foreign policy and stuff. It's actually a bad example. Think about it this way. The American president is the combination of the British monarch and the British prime minister in one person. They are not only the face of the nation, the face of the foreign policy, but they are the chief executive. In the United Kingdom, that in their constitutional monarchy is split into two people. You have the monarch, who is the person who gains the affections of the people, who, goes and wines and dines with foreign dignitaries when they come, though obviously the prime minister does more of that nowadays anyway. But the prime minister is theoretically just one of many parliamentarians. They are the executors of the laws, but they should not be the recipient of the love of the people in the same way that the monarch is. And that political tradition is important in places like the United Kingdom because those split affections are part of the way, in theory, that authoritarianism is prevented in places like the UK. Now, is that foolproof? No, don't go, playing this clip of me, if the UK ever goes authoritarian or something and say, you're dumb. Because, the example we've just been discussing, Italy, is obviously a place where the king and the authoritarian, totalitarian wannabe dictator coexisted for a time in that political system. Okay, Germany has that figurehead, that head of state, the president, Hindenburg, the non-monarchical version of the monarchy, who is there as a ceremonial figure, who is there as a protector of the Constitution, and you have the Chancellor. And Hindenburg he just doesn't care about the system that much. He doesn't care about the Weimar Republic. He's more of a monarchist. If I recall correctly, he would rather have the Kaiser back, Kaiser just being the German word for Caesar, and would rather just have something like this and doesn't really care that a governing coalition is not possible. So he is like totally chill with basically having election after election and of letting the chancellor, whoever it might be, rule by decree under Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution. So I've written down in the purple and green, I don't know if you can actually see this, September of 1930, the election we've already talked about, in which Hindenburg later on just gives Article 48 powers to the chancellor to rule by decree. The Nazis get 18% of the vote. But the government is not stable in this period of time. We switch between chancellors. And the next chancellor to come in, if I'm not mistaken, is Franz von Papen. He's going to become chancellor, then he's going to be not chancellor, and then he's going to come back as chancellor. No, he's going to be chancellor. He's going to leave the chancellery. He's going to come back as Hitler's vice chancellor, thinking he can use Hitler to his own ends. And that's obviously a big fatal mistake in the history of the Weimar Republic because it represents its effective end. So the start of this governing crisis as the effects of the Great Depression come in, September 1930, there are elections again in July 1932. In the Weimar Republic era, this is the highest vote count that the Germans will ever get. Their last elections of a democratic or semi-democratic Germany are going to happen after the Nazis take power. That's not really a free and fair election, so we're not going to count that one. This is the high watermark of quote unquote free and fair elections in which the Nazis took place. Franz von Papen is actually going to vacate the chancellor at this point for a guy named, I believe, Streicher. Let me double check. Kurt von Schleicher, excuse me. And it's not worth going into too much, but basically Kurt von Schleicher tells Hindenburg, hey, I can make this work. And when he doesn't make this work and he comes back to Hindenburg and basically starts to ask for the permission to do the things that von Papen was doing, Hindenburg is like, you're an idiot. And he basically wants to, he's like, I need something else got to happen here. He's also half senile. Stuff gets a little murky here. Franz von Papen goes to Hindenburg and he says, hey, President Hindenburg, I was your chancellor a minute ago. And the Nazis are basically saying they're not going to enter a coalition government unless Hitler is made chancellor. He's holding firm on that position. Here's what we should do, President Hindenburg. I'll be your vice chancellor, Franz von Papen. And our cabinet's going to be full of people who are not Nazis. We'll make Hitler chancellor. We'll let him have a couple cabinet roles for his allies and the party, but we got this. We'll control him. Remember, I don't know if he actually said this sort of thing, but remember Italy? How Mussolini was put into power by the King Victor Emmanuel. Remember how, the fascists did take power. They did build a totalitarian state. Or they built a single party state led by the Duce or whatever, but it didn't actually pan out that bad for Italy, in my estimation. Franz von Papen, which is also a fictitious estimation that I'm using here, just to keep referring to things I've already referenced. Okay, let's focus. Franz von Papen tells Hindenburg, hey, we can use this guy to our ends. We can use this Adolf Hitler guy. Don't worry about it. Make me vice chancellor. I'll effectively be chancellor. We will bring them in. We'll water them down. We'll be fine. And that's what happens. Why were the Nazis so insistent that they won't join a government unless Hitler is made chancellor? Well, it's partly because they felt like they were losing momentum. You can see here that there are more elections in November 1932. This is what immediately precedes the Hitler chancellorship. You can see the vote share drops from 37% to 33%. So there's this feeling that among the Nazis that they've already hit the high water mark. And if they keep sort of being outside of power, they've already dedicated themselves to not being a Bolshevik style, coup style of takeover. They're doing this through electoralism. They feel that strategy is starting to hit the end of its rope. And so they become insistent in this period with the chancellor negotiations going on after the November 1932 elections, in which they get 33%. They insist the only way they will participate is if Hitler is chancellor, because they think that's their only way to survive effectively. Of course, you know that there's immediately violence from the SA and the SS against socialists because, again, part of the reasons the nationalists and all these conservatives and even the centrists and the Catholic Party want to work with the Nazis is because they see them as the people who can bring law and order that can be utilized to bring back the status quo, to preserve the conservative order, to save the parliamentary system from itself. But unlike in Italy, this is going to be a fatal mistake. So February 27th, 1933, we have the Reichstag fire. This is when the Reichstag building burns in Berlin, and I think a mentally handicapped communist is basically blamed for the whole thing. We don't really know what happened. I will just assert to you that the idea that one person could simply put an entire building of that size on fire, I've been there. I don't see how that would be physically possible, but what do I know? The idea, though, of who actually did it isn't that important because I think it was Göring who called Hermann Göring, eventually the head of the SS, who joins the cabinet with Hitler, with these other political figures who are not Nazis. He sees it as a godsend because he sees the Reichstag fire, whether he said it personally, whether the Nazis said it, whether it was actually just this lone communist, he sees this as the moment where they can begin their Machtergreifung. Perhaps you've heard the term before. The Machtergreifung is the taking of power of the Nazi party. Ergreifung. It doesn't actually translate to taking of power, more like the grabbing of power. Macht is the word for power in German. To begin their Machtergreifung, they get on February 28th, Hindenburg to issue an emergency power decree that allows the chancellor, aka Adolf Hitler, to rule by emergency decree. Then in March of 1933, there is the passage of the Enabling Act. What does the Enabling Act purport to do? Well, if you read it, it will actually not seem as clear-cut as if you just hear what it actually did in practice, because the Enabling Act has a bunch of language in there that says the chancellor can basically do whatever he wants, but he can't touch the constitutionality of the Reichstag and the Reichsrat, that is the higher chamber of the German parliament. But that's not actually what happens. What actually happens is that the Enabling Act in March 5th, which is passed through a 2/3 majority of the Reichstag, basically says that Parliament is dissolved for like 4 years. And then, and we can reconvene in 4 years and see if we need to do this again. They never do. So effectively, this is the way that Hitler becomes the complete undisputed power center in the Nazi government. What is now the Nazi government, because right after this, then you have laws where political opposition are banned. The communists have already been arrested, especially the leadership of the Communist Party. The Communist Party is not allowed to take part in this vote for the Enabling Act because they've been arrested. The Social Democrats and those from the centrist party who are present are intimidated. Otto Welles, who is the Social Democrat who gives an opposition speech to the Enabling Act, in my humble opinion, is a very brave fellow. He basically says, you can take our power, but you'll never take our dignity, which sounds like some sort of cliche line from a movie, but it was actually somebody being faced down with SA stormtroopers, Sturmabteilung, the OG stormtroopers, not the ones from Star Wars, dogs, like Rottweiler, kind of like scary German shepherds and whatever, and basically being hissed at by members of the Nazi party as they come in to vote. They opposed it. Otto Welles gave a speech against it, but weirdly enough, the 2/3 vote that's required to pass the Enabling Act does so because of the votes of the centrist Catholic Party. And I don't know why they did this, because they were banned immediately after the Enabling Act was passed. So they voted for their own abolition. Crazy. So you get the Hereditary Farm Law in 1933 that was produced by Walter Darré. This law said that only Aryan Germans with proved blood back to 1800 could own land in this reformed land project. And Walter Darré wrote a book in 1930 called Neuadel aus Blut und Boden. Neuadel is like the new the new aristocracy, I believe, out of blood and soil. It is a call for eugenics. And the hereditary farmland is the formal introduction of the concept Blut und Boden, blood and soil. And you can hear from the fact that only Aryan Germans with proved blood back to 1800 could participate in this, gives you the evidence you need finally to understand that the blood and Boden thing is a uniquely German biological racist term. It is defining of a specific type of fascism, the German type of National Socialism, not fascism generally. It is about the mystical connection between Germans. It is metaphysical. It's weird. It's about the metaphysical, spiritual connection between the German Aryan blood and the soil itself, as if they are almost one and the same, that they are connected in some way. It's creepy. It's weird. It doesn't make sense because it doesn't sound like it makes sense because it doesn't actually make sense. It is, like we have been expressing with other parts of fascism, it is where the fascist mentality starts to go into not just quasi-scientific, but religious, spiritual. It is this idea that Georges Sorel gave us all that time ago, that myths, the myth of the nation, the myths that people need to rally around are the most important thing. So the Nazis begin their process of Gleichschaltung, and this is kind of the last stop on our journey before we just give a general description of fascism. Totalitarianism of the Nazi Party, because they basically ban all opposition parties, become the single force in Germany, and they go through a period of Gleichschaltung, which we'll talk about in a second, in which basically they, more than the Italians by far, are able to bring what Giovanni Gentile called totalitarianism to its fullest extent in Germany. Now, does that mean that there was not administrative complications? Does it mean that the Nazis were able to carry out their vision without any friction whatsoever? No. Authors that I read talked about something called the dual state, and I believe that traces its origins back to a thinker called Ernst Fraenkel, who was actually writing in 1941 about the anatomy of the German state. Because unlike in Italy, where the fascist party basically was absorbed into the functions of that government that existed before, in Germany, instead of having the Nazi party and the SA and eventually the SS brought in to the government, these institutions would create parallel organizations, parallel bureaucracy on the side of the regular, what once was the Weimar government. So you have these overlapping, confusing portfolios for government ministers. You have the party, and you have the regular police, the Gestapo, right? The secret police, and you have the SS, right? And up until 1934, you have the SA as well. So you have this dual state, this two-track state. It is part of the reason Hitler was able to stay on top of all this, because if you have disputes between two parts of this dual state, the only person that can resolve them is the Führer himself, right? On the other hand, if you're a regular person just trying to run a business or something and you have regulations literally from two different organizations which both carry the authority of the totalitarian state, which regulation are you going to follow? Or are you just going to fill out all the paperwork twice? I mean, like, how is this actually going to work? Who is your patron, right? This level of confusion actually lends itself to the tippy top, the Führer at the I already said the tippy top. You do get the function of corporatism. You get these, we remember we talked about earlier where, like, if you have the business and the labor disputes, then you have a corporate body. Not as we think of corporations, but, like a body that basically represents a cross-class interest that mediates those disputes. You have the Reich boards that attempts to do that. You also have the fact, I almost forgot to mention, not only are political parties smashed, but labor unions are smashed. And the industrialists are very happy about this because that means that they are no longer beholden to the working class and the threat of working class seizing their means of production. So again, this governance is absolutely not socialist, even though the name of the party is the National Socialist Party. You do get, again, this mix, this third way stuff where you have the construction of highways. However, that was a Weimar project that the Nazis just finished. You have these bizarre attempts to build better conditions for working people. Frieden durch Arbeit, I think it's what it's called. I know it's got some weird parallels to the stuff that you would hear at like Auschwitz. Let me see if I can find the proper name. Kraft durch Freude. So productivity through joy, effectively. This would be, and there's also a campaign called the Beauty of Labor. It's basically like trying to make, if the wages are going to be held artificially low, the least we can do is have workers be able to go on cheap state-sanctioned vacations. We can offer them the Volkswagen, that is the car of the people, the Wagen, I guess the Volkswagen, the people's wagon, right? Though that's a bit of a scam, it's not worth going into detail too much here, but basically, like, the state couldn't afford all the Volkswagens up front, so they had people put in money to buy their Volkswagen, and then they just never delivered them because then the total war economy took over and the whole dream of the Volkswagen just kind of fell apart. I did want to highlight a couple quotes here from Hitler just to hit home this point about the socialism thing. Taxes went down for business. Wages were frozen. Okay. And then we have these quotes here, like, ideas of our program do not oblige us to act fools and upset everything. AKA, we're not going to be economic revolutionaries. We're going to play business with the industrialists. Quote, we must therefore not dismiss a businessman if he is a good businessman. AKA, if he is a businessman that plays ball with the party. And actually, I didn't get a chance to fully talk about this, but in 1933, later on in 1933, after taking power, the Nazis hold one more election. It's the last election that will take place that is relatively free and fair, in that people were able to vote for whoever they wanted, though they were intimidated, and the functions of the state were all placed on the propaganda of Joseph Goebbels to convince people to vote for the Nazis. So the Nazis did end up getting 40%, something like that. But that still means that 50+%, going towards 60% of Germans, did not vote for the Nazis even after they had taken power. It's something to note. Anyway, before this election, the industrialists are basically crowded into I think it's Hermann Göring's residence, and Hitler comes there and gives a multi-hour rant where he talks about the building of the folk and the nation. And Göring then turns to all the industrialists. And obviously, I'm just kind of winging my description here. It might not be perfectly accurate, but he says, this is the last election of 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. Do you want to be on the project or not? We need your money to help us in this campaign. And the industrialists handed over millions and millions of Reichsmarks to help the Nazis. win those elections in 1933. So again, the timing here. So I've been berating this point that the Nazis are not like pure socialists or whatever over and over again. They're a third way. I want to also go now to the other end of the spectrum where the Marxists say the Nazis are simply this attack of the industrial capitalist, the bourgeoisie, on the proletariat to prevent the workers from taking power in a crisis of capitalism. And I would just say that the effects of the Nazis being against Marxists, of destroying trade unions, of holding down workers effectively with bad wages, of using slave labor eventually, we already talked about the cards, you can't change work. It's like the semi-feudal system. All that is true. On the other hand, the timing just doesn't work out because the industrialists were donating. They were hedging their bets again. They're donating. They would prefer more traditional rightist nationalist politics and parties. They're happy that the National Socialists are holding down the socialists and promoting law and order, but they don't actually join the bandwagon until the very end, at least not in a forthwith way. They make this same poisonous deal that Hindenburg and von Papen made in the political arena. They just do it in the business wing. That is the reality of why the orthodox definition of just fascism is total war on the working class it just doesn't match up with the timeline, even if aspects of that are true, even if that is a partial description of what happens under fascism. So the Nazis have a lot of control over information in a way, and of the symbolism and of the functions of propaganda in a way that the Italian fascists just never do. The way that art is regulated, the way that the symbols and things that you see, these mass events that that the Nazis held, these rallies that they held with all these symbols of their quote unquote Aryan heritage, the way that the mass rallies would bring people up into this grand ecstasy, right? If you've ever seen the movie Triumph des Willens, this is the movie that was produced that presented, if I'm not mistaken, a Nuremberg rally that Hitler attended with him flying over, almost like with a halo of light hitting his head. The deification of the Fuhrer, the totality of the control over information on radio and in paper, the control over art, the control over even recreation. That is to say that if you wanted to join a sports team, you would have to join the officially sanctioned corporatist Nazi sports teams. If you want to go on vacation as a worker, you go on one of these Volks Urlaubs, I don't know what they're actually called, the people's vacations, right, on the cheap, that are sanctioned by the party. If you want to change jobs, you need to have someone who's got your party card to actually give you permission to switch jobs. The totalitarianism, the worship of the Fuhrer, the cult of personality in the Nazi project is unparalleled. And Hannah Arendt, who's talking about totalitarianism, excuse me, I'm gonna quote what happens effectively according to Hannah Arendt. I think this is pretty poignant, right? We could sit here for another hour and talk about the rearmament of Germany and its attempted autarky and its eventual taking of Czechoslovakia, Poland, Sudetenland, invasion of the Soviet Union, taking of France, and like we'd go on and on and on. And we could talk about, and we should, not just glaze over the real suffering that took place, and obviously the excesses, I don't even know how to phrase it, the moral depravity of the things that took place between this period of time we're now talking about and 1945 when the Nazis finally fall, finally. We could go into all the detail there. But I actually think Hannah Arendt can give us a bit of an intellectual shortcut that explains what happened. Because what I've just described that is different from the Italian version of fascism is that the Germans got a much harsher grasp on power, were able to more fully execute their vision of totalitarianism around the Fuhrer. That is why they became the surgent fascist power. That is why they were the bigger player in supporting Franco in Spain. They were the influential political force that would eventually make Mussolini actually turn in their direction in 1938 and implement those racial laws. They were the focus of the Western powers that were concerned about the spread of fascism, and only the people like George Orwell, who had a much clearer vision of what fascism was when he went to fight in Spain, were those that were concerned also about Spain on a much grander scale, or Italy on a much larger scale than the Western powers were about Germany. So German totalitarianism is more total, though it is never completely total. There's, like I said earlier, conflicts between the church and the state. And, faith is used in a cynical way by the Nazis. There's no reason to believe that this was a government of atheists or something, but the idea that they were in bed with the church is also not completely accurate. It's a mixed picture. But otherwise, the government has basically full control of information and culture. And Hannah Arendt is going to describe in this quote here what happens when there are basically no more compromises that need to be made to keep power. The Italian fascists have to keep compromising to get to power in the first place. The German fascists compromised to get to power in 1933. Even though they execute that Machtergreifung extremely quickly, they're still going to have compromises on their way. When the Nazis describe themselves as the Third Reich, right? They're looking back in German history and saying, hey, the First Reich was the Holy Roman Empire. The Second Reich was the one under Otto von Bismarck as we were unified in 1871. We are now the Third Reich. We are the inheritors of this glorious historical project. And actually, I think it's the Tag von Potsdam, which is this big propaganda event that Joseph Goebbels puts on in Potsdam for Hitler to give a speech at. You can read that speech and you see all the telltale signs of fascism. You see the revolutionary zeal. You see the discussions of action. You see the worship almost of futurism. But you also see a conciliatory rhetoric that is aimed at President Hindenburg, who is still alive until 1934. This respect that is at least given vocally for the traditions of German politics. It doesn't sound as extreme as you would expect. But Hindenburg dies in 1934. Obviously, the Enabling Act is passed before that. When Hindenburg dies, Chancellor Hitler combines the role of the Reichskanzler, the Reichschancellor, and the Reichspräsident, Hindenburg, who's passed, into a single office for himself, the Führer. He becomes that head of state and top executive all in one. And there are basically no more checks on his power once President Hindenburg passes. So, when interest, aka compromise for power, is no longer needed, when there's no more compromises to be made by fascists, when the totalitarian project can go forward without obstacles, without any compromise with more conservative elements, when its revolutionary zeal can be expressed in its full amount. Here's what there was a lot of buildup. Here's what Hannah Arendt said. At this stage, we're at the ultimate stage. An obsessed minority is able to carry out its most passionate hatreds to the ultimate limit of human experience. So when there is no one left to compromise with, the totalitarian fascists, in the form of the Nazis, are able to carry out their racial policies, those obscene, racist, and quasi-mystical beliefs in blood and soil, in the anti-race of the Jewish people, etc., etc. They're able to carry those out to their logical extremes. In the case of fascist Germany, they're able to, they begin to re-immigrate. I probably made a cut there because I needed a slight pause. The Germans are able to carry out their racial laws. They're able to ban Jewish people from businesses. They're able to rip away their citizenship. They're able to ban interracial marriage and reproduction, like sexual reproduction among Jews and Aryans, quotes. They're able to carry out the Reichspogromnacht, the Reichspogromnacht night, which is often called in Western terminology Kristallnacht, the night of the broken glass, the night of the crystal. And they're eventually able to bring this vision of the unity of German people to fruition through the Anschluss with Austria, through the taking of the Sudetenland, through the conquering of Lebensraum and using Slavs as slave labor, of using political opposition like Marxists and socialists as slave labor. And eventually, when that expansion comes to a screeching halt when they try to take the Soviet Union, that's when this vocal minority, who have no checks or balances, can carry, as Hannah Arendt says, this project to the extremity of human experience, the ultimate limit of human experience. And that is how you have the decision for the final solution when there is nowhere to send the Jewish people anymore. A far more darker, quote, solution is found. So I thought for the last section here, I would just bring this all together. I hope that going through this in almost a holistic fashion has helped you in a way to understand in a way where just like a definition with checkboxes wouldn't do, where a one sentence mnemonic wouldn't do. I hope that by not boiling it down, I've actually given you a sense of just a feeling of you'll know it when you see it kind of stuff with fascism. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I wanted this discussion to be practical. And let me give you an example of how this discussion could be construed as not practical. So through this discussion and through all this research, I have come very close to the arguments that say that Francisco Franco, that is the fascist dictator of Spain, who took power in the Spanish Civil War between 1936 and 1939, and who remained in power until the 70s, was not a fascist. That is a legitimate argument among historians who say he was a conservative, authoritarian nationalist. He took the fascists, the phalangists in Spain, and he forced them to join with other political parties of the right in Spain in order to have this coup, this revolts against the Republican left, the United Front Republican left government, the duly elected government of Spain, but they were not fascist. And I think in an academic sense, they have a compelling case. So is Francisco Franco and his decades of government someone who was constantly looking for like a rebirth, right? A constant revolution, did he have a myth of an ideal totalizing state that was an ethical state where individuals couldn't be individuals without being part of this state? Did he, maintain this belief even behind the scenes that like the church was terrible? No. Francisco Franco, Salazar in Portugal, when they take power, they use the fascists arguably to take power. Once they take power, they govern with like within the confines of what you would expect from a conservative, reactionary, authoritarian state of a generic sense. And the monarchy is restored in Spain by Francisco Franco. And to be totally honest, like he's kind of a boring dude. Okay, once he takes power, things are. I'm not saying they're great. There's a lot of bizarre things that happen. Like there's the Valle de los Caídos, where the Valley of the Fallen, where Franco buries veterans of both sides of the Civil War together and eventually is buried there himself. So you have the corpses of all these people mixing together, effectively the skeletons of all these people mixing together in the Valley of the Valley of the Fallen. Now that looks a little fascist because it's almost like this idea of the body, right? Fascism almost makes the state like this corpulence, this actual body. And if you put all of these people together, it's almost like you're creating the body of the nation in one place, even if they were politically opposed to each other. And the point I want to make, though, is that even if you buy into these arguments that Franco didn't govern as a fascist and, normalize relations with Eisenhower in the 50s and didn't participate in World War II, didn't do some of these stereotypical totalitarian things that you would expect, was just your run-of-the-mill, I've used this phrase already, garden variety totalitarian, right? If you buy into that argument, it doesn't give you a practical playbook to use if you are, for example, opposing the revolt in the Spanish Civil War in 1937, right? Like George Orwell, one of the people I admire the most, went specifically to Barcelona to fight fascism. And he said, fascism has been winning all over the place in Italy, in Germany. I'm going to take a stand here and fight in Spain. And lots of people came from all over the world, including the United States and the Lincoln Brigade. In fact, in Washington, D.C., there was a contingent of students that came from Howard University. I'm pointing like it's in that direction. It's somewhere here in Washington, D.C., where volunteers went to Spain to fight against fascism. Now, these academic definitions, if you just take them at face value, would dismiss that struggle against fascism that is so darn important. And I'm going to argue that this is not just a technical question, because at that moment in 1937, just as there is a moment like this in 1922 in Italy and a moment like this in 1933 in Germany, where fascists and conservatives come together and make some form of a compromise between their status quo, back to law and order side and their revolutionary, fascist, mystical selves, they come together and they find a way to take power and to basically put down the left and the liberals in a way that brings them control. Be it the soft totalitarianism of Italy, quote unquote soft, the more total totalitarianism of Germany, this is what happens. And this is also what happened in Spain. The Falangist Party, the fascist party of Spain, basically was put in with all these other far-right parties, these conservative authoritarian parties, right, that don't have that idea of rebirth and that idea of constant revolution or blood as cleansing, right? Like these anti-conservative futurists are brought in with the monarchists, with the more traditional Catholic conservatives. They're all brought together under one banner, and then, they start revolting against, I've kind of forgotten what the timeline is, but basically, there is an uprising, right? And if you are someone who is part of the elected government and you're watching this wave come, you put up a banner that says Madrid será la tumba del fascismo. Madrid will be the tomb of fascism, right? When you see this big fascist wall coming at you with General Molle saying, long live death, viva la muerte, right? You see like a death cult coming at you and there just happens to be fascists among their ranks, is an academic discussion about whether, I wonder if when this eventually takes power, if the phalangists will be the fascists that really hold on to power and run this thing, or whether it'll just be Catholic and conservative reactionaries and their more run-of-the-mill authoritarianism, and then the army gets you, right? While you're debating all these things. It's like this parable from of the Buddha, where it's going to sound esoteric and like unrelated, but I promise it is. There's a parable where somebody gets shot with an arrow, a poison arrow. And these people come to pull the arrow out of this person. It's got poison on it. And the person's like, whoa, who shot me? And they're like, we don't know, but we got to pull this arrow out of you. He's like, whoa, what tribe is he from? What did he believe? What kind of poison was this? How was the arrow constructed? I have all these questions. And meanwhile, the poison is getting in, the person dies, right? He had so many questions about the specifics, right? The academic discussion effectively is the parallel I'm making here, that he wasn't able to take effective action. And if you look at fascism only in an academic sense, that is the folly that you will fall into as well. In that within any political movement, but particularly among fascism and right-wing conservatism or national conservatism that you would find, you will find a variety of opinions and a variety of thoughts. And if you get too literal, you will lose the general sense that fascism is, in the pattern of fascism taking power, it will compromise with conservatism. In the earliest stage and in the intellectual stage of fascism, the more theoretical stage of fascism, it will be more pure, it will be more revolutionary, it will take from here and there, the right and left, it will be, as I think I've heard it called, a syncretic movement, an epoxy movement, another author put it as, that is, it takes from here and there, on its way to power, it just does whatever it needs to do to sound sellable to people, and in the end, it is about pushing forward this myth of the nation in a way that combines past, present, and future. It is revolutionary. It is not backwards looking until it becomes subsumed in a larger conservatism to have power. And if you don't see that, then you might miss your chance to oppose fascism. I've already gone up my soapbox about how to oppose fascism, which is to say that if you are focused only on material stuff, if you're only focused on material benefits for the working class, like the traditional left would be, you are missing out on the other part of what makes fascism appealing, which is not just the material stuff, but the mystical, and that makes it sound like it's unimportant or just completely hocus pocus, but what George Sorel called those unifying myths that bring people together to build a political movement. Myth doesn't necessarily mean completely wrong, right? In American political culture, we have the myth of the progress of history, right? Martin Luther King Jr., the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. Is that a metaphysical reality? No. Is that a useful myth? Like, does history always bend towards justice? Eventually? I personally don't think that's metaphysically true. I think there are moments when things get better and things get worse. I think there's no guarantee that the future will be better than the past. I think history seems to show the opposite of that is true. Nonetheless, is that a good unifying myth to rally around? The idea that things get better, right? If you're a politician trying to tell a story, is that a good story to tell? Even if you don't intellectually think that is metaphysically the truth, epistemologically, like, does that hold water? Maybe not. But then again, could that idea become reality, right? Could that idealism, like Hegel, could ideas become truth, right? Right? Is there some middle ground between fantasy vision boards and useful, virtuous political myth that might be a little bit fudgy, right? These are the things that you have to consider, because the deepest appeal of the fascists is that they're going to take that Spalt, I'm using German again, that gap between the expected benefits of the social contract, the liberal social contract, the rational, cold way that parliaments and democracies work, that technocracy that says if you just let the politicians and the technocrats handle it, living conditions will be better. When those aren't met, when people feel that there's inflation, that there's unemployment, that there's a physical material problem, in the case of World War I, right, there's this huge traumatic event, and I don't want to draw parallels with World War I, post-World War I, with our own political reality, but there was an anomic crisis. One of our authors talked about an anomic crisis, right? This enemy that people felt, this emptiness, this feeling that the system's promises didn't match the material conditions on the ground, and that actually created a spiritual problem for people, right? Right now, we have this loneliness crisis in our society. We have these feelings that people are stuck on their phones, even though they don't want to be, that community is dying, that social institutions are going away, and people are finding meaning in more and more problematic ways. And if you want to reverse that trend, you can't just say, I will make inflation go down, or I will get you a job. You have to say, I will materially improve your life, and I have a bigger vision. I have a bigger myth to offer you, right? In a positive, virtuous way. If you're a good actor in society, if you're like me and you want genuine human flourishing, these are the things you have to think about, in my opinion. Okay, let's bring all this together. I think that was maybe my takeaway. So I might, when this video's over, I might just say, okay, that's the end. Let's talk about what fascism is not. Let's talk about what fascism is against. Real quick, we've already gone through all this, so we don't need to belabor all this. I'll just list the things fascism is for, and we'll end the video. Okay, you've made it with me this far. I really appreciate your time, and I hope that you've gotten a lot out of this. So let's bring all this together so that you feel like this all isn't just disparate points over the course of 4 or 5 hours, but this is a cogent thing that now you understand fascism, okay? So let's talk about what fascism is not. And I almost put this at the beginning of the video, but now I'm putting it at the end because I think it's really obvious how true these things are now that we've spent some time with fascism. Here's what fascism is not. Fascism is not just things I don't like happening in current events, okay? I have a couple books here on my shelf, and this book, How Democracies Die, a New York Times bestseller. It's not about fascism necessarily. It's about authoritarianism, ostensibly, but what it's really about is it's just a list of things that these authors didn't particularly care for happening in American politics, all right? It's almost useless. How Fascism Works, Jason Stanley. I don't know if this was a New York Times bestseller or not. Again, this is a little bit better of an attempt because he's like, fascist works this way, and this is what we're seeing in current events. Again, this book's title, How Fascist, it's just not true. That's not what this book is describing. It's like, I don't like these things happening in current events. Nearly worthless. Okay. I'll give you some book recommendations that I do approve of, but let's stay focused here for a second. Marxism orthodoxy. So fascism is not the Marxism or the Marxist orthodox definition that says that it's just a total war of the capitalist bourgeois class against the working class. It manifests in that way sometimes. It certainly probably feels that way if you're part of the Vanguard Communist Party and you think that you represent the working class, and then you're put into a camp or your party's banned. I'm sure it feels that way. But as we've talked about more, there are more things to fascism than simply what they are against. They are against Marxism, they are against socialism, but they are not merely those things. And because Marxist materialist analysis forces the person to think about material conditions and the tactile things, that means that by force of the methodology of Marxist analysis, you're going to miss the metaphysical promises of fascism. And even if you notice them, you're going to dismiss them as spiritual and not true, because you are anti-idealist, because Marxism was about answering Hegel with a materialist answer. Idealism answered with materialism. Therefore, you have the blinders on when you're talking about fascism. Generally, orthodox Marxists. There's more subtle opinions out there, but like the Comintern back in the day, Trotsky, and your orthodox Marxists are going to define. You'll still hear people use that definition, and I'm telling you, it's not good enough. Fascism is not mere far-right reaction. So you'll often see things like, oh, opposition to gay marriage is fascism. Now, I support gay marriage in my personal politics, and I'm sure that most fascists do not support gay marriage, but is opposition to a change, right? If we say, oh, that's progress, that's historical justice for people who are different, just being able to live their lives. If we say that is historical progress and a fascist opposes it, is that because they are simply on the far right reaction and they want to go back to a past where that doesn't exist? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Think about this. This is the difference here, right? If you're just a standard run-of-the-mill reactionary, you might oppose gay marriage because you do just want to go back to the past, where it's like, oh, it's a man and a woman, right? On the other hand, if you really want to try to force this issue into a fascist paradigm, you'd say, perhaps, it's not about whether two men can marry each other or two women can marry each other. It's about whether we can build the nation if people aren't entering relationships built on reproduction. Are women going to be the mothers of the nation if they're not in the kitchen, if they're not married to men? No. So therefore, the fascists would say that gay marriage is bad because it undermines the national project. Just a rough approximation of why there would be a difference there and why it would not just be mere reaction, but actually something about, because think about it, reaction is about, I want to go back in the past the way things were. Fascism is about building to the future, generally speaking. You might not agree with that future, but it's about building some vision of a future, and therefore their opposition to something same-sex marriage would have to be based in that. So, far-right reaction, again, you might find it in fascism, you might find it aligning with reactionary forces, but it cannot be defined exclusively as that, and in most cases, it will not be, like the things that look like reaction to you will actually be based in about building something else, whether you like that political project or not. Fascism is not blood and soil. A certain genre of fascism, German fascism, is based on racial, biological, quasi-scientific theories about pure blood and soil. These two things cannot be extricated from each other. So someone might say, oh, well, okay, Italian racism wasn't about blood, but it certainly was about soil because they wanted extra territory. No. You're conflating two different things. The author who wrote about Blut and Boden, who was the economic minister, I think, in the Nazi Reich, or I've forgotten, the guy who advocated for this law and who wrote the book on Aryanism. These two things, blood and soil, you might as well make this a German compound word. Blood, soil, Blutboden, right? It's about like those two things are metaphysically tied together. And if you try to define Italian fascism with this, you will fail. Therefore, it's not a good definition of fascism. This one's kind of funny, but I think, I haven't been like, I've tried not to be like super partisan here, and I'm going to maintain that. But I think now you can kind of giggle at this, right? When you hear like a shock jock radio host being like, the Democrat Party of America is the Nazis, whatever, because National Socialist is the term, and therefore, socialist is Democrats, and therefore the Democratic Party are Nazis. Okay, I don't even need to explain how stupid that is now. You've watched 5 hours of me describing fascism, and you know that is dumb. If anything, the Democratic Party, let's just be honest, let's be anatomical about what the Democratic Party is. The more establishment, center-left, what you might call pejoratively the corporate Democrats, these are what you would call in 1848 the constitutional empty liberals, right? That is the main complaint of the right and left about what the mainstream Democratic Party is. That's part of why their appeal doesn't seem to work very well right now, and why I didn't want to make this presentist, but we're at the end of the video. Maybe this will age well, maybe it'll age terribly, but the main selling point that the Democratic Party is missing is that it is just technocrat. And when it does fight for material conditions, as of the recording this video, it is fighting for the material condition of healthcare costs and healthcare subsidies for people. You might think that's a good policy or a bad policy, but what that policy doesn't do is wrap itself into a grander narrative of a political project. It's just a technocratic saying, I want to bring down healthcare costs, but it's missing that syncretic legitimation component that we've been talking about. So if there's this malaise in society and you're offering only technocratic solutions that kind of fall on like more traditional, liberal, constitutional left, reformist kind of stuff, maybe you could even talk about social democrats, right? The Americans who call themselves democratic socialists are probably better described as social democrats, and even they are reformist, right? They want to reform capitalism and maybe build a socialist utopia over the longest stretch of time possible. Again, you're missing that metaphysical, spiritual component that we've already established. What are fascists against? Going back all the way to 1848, we have learned that not just fascists, but many people are against the technocratic, rational Renaissance liberalism that advocated things like negative rights in the Lockean sense, and cold constitutional government that simply opposed the absolutism of the monarch, but offered nothing in terms of material benefits to the laboring classes. It's spiritually empty, and from the perspective of someone on the social left in 1848 or a fascist in the post-Versailles era, it is empty of solutions and empty of spiritual soul. It is cold. Almost there, baby. Fascism is against internationalism. So it is against the Treaty of Versailles as an internationalist project from like Woodrow Wilson, the equality of nations, the self-determination of nations. No, sir. The Versailles Treaty implements a international order that benefits the nations that have already established their industrial base and hurts the nations of the European South and the global South that are proletariat nations. And therefore, fascism is against internationalism. In that sense, it is also against internationalism in the sense that it is for the nation, the individual single nation. And that is why in Italy and in Germany, one of the major political projects upon taking power was developing a form of autarky. It is against parliaments, and this is related to the liberal thing, so we need to dwell on it too much. But parliaments, as we heard Marinetti describe all the way back when we were talking about pre-Italian fascism, that is where the hen house is. That is where the parliaments squabble at each other and accomplish nothing for the nation. Parliaments are bad. They should be replaced in the fascist world with a corporate structure. Where? We already talked about that. Democracy. Liberal democracy, bad. In the vision of the fascist, democracy should be one of quality. If you take all the interests together of all the people and you say, let's have a vote, and everyone votes for something, what you are missing is the past and future generations. What you are missing is the actual legitimate general will that is achievable only by a Führer or a Duce or a Caudillo, an Übermensch, to steal Nietzsche's phrase. You are missing that. So Rousseau's general will was participatory. The fascist general will is an adaptation of that general will, which is based on, generally speaking, the will of one man or the will of the new aristocracy, the new men, to make it plural, that bled for the country after World War I or during World War I and then after can now take power. That is why democracy in and of itself is insufficient. Marxism. There is, this one's pretty self-explanatory as well. The Marxists want to have a discussion about how everything is boiled down to material conditions, the clash of the dialectic, that is the clash of classes that drive history. They are anti-capitalist, unfiltered, and want to have a vanguard that takes power, generally speaking. Marxist-Leninism would be that one that has the vanguard party that takes power. Fascists are potentially up for a vanguard party that takes power, though that is not what happened in Italy nor in Germany. But they are definitely not purely anti-capitalist. They have aspects of capitalism they don't appreciate, like I think the Germans called it interest slavery. Now, that was partly because the people charging interest were Jews. But even in Italy, you have this opposition to stagnant capital, non-productive capital. So you have some anti-capitalist elements. But generally speaking, fascism is a cross-class movement. That's how it defines itself. That's how it broadens its appeal. That's how Mussolini broadened his appeal from being a socialist previously to being a active political party, was by making his appeal cross-class and corporative. That is, if the landlord, if the industrialist, if the worker have disputes, they should have a body that kind of is above them, that mediates and that helps them to work out their problems in a way that is good for the nation. So they don't want the proletariat to seize the means of production. They're anti-Marxist, and they're anti-Marxist in that their analysis is not materialist. The history of the world is not defined by the material conditions on the ground. It cannot be analyzed in that way. It is idealism. Giovanni Gentile wrote about the actual idealism, that ideas could become the truth of the nation, that we could build something out of our own brains through action and struggle. That's not Marxist. Obviously, fascists are against the status quo. They are against conservatism in that same way. Actually, I meant to put that on this list. They are against going back in time to they use the images of the spiritual past, of the special time, but they don't actually want to go back there. They want to go to the future, to something different. So they are not conservatives. They are not for the status quo. They want to change things. And again, liberalism, internationalism, parliaments, these represent the status quo to the fascist. Decadence. So decadence is, in this case, it's like moral decay. It's like urbanism. It's like the loss of moral values in the city. In Weimar Berlin, you had these burlesque shows and like sexual exploration, women's liberation. The fascists would say this is all terrible. Internationalism, the decadence in cities, this is all signs of decay. This is how you end up losing a society. You mix blood, right, in Vienna, like Hitler saw. And in the case of, people being, morally independent and being liberated to be themselves in places like Weimar Berlin, what people are not doing in that case is self-sacrificing for the nation. They're being individualist. And another one I should have put up against, as fascism being against, is individualism. There's no individualism. Any individual act is only even ethically possible in the context of the state, according to someone like Giovanni Gentile. Okay, so decadence represents individualism. It represents moral decay. It represents standing still, when fascists are about dynamism and moving forward. Okay, so just real quick. I promise, really. So this is the 4 list. Here's what they're for. They're for totalitarianism. They're for the one-party state, one-man rule, corporatism, personhood found through the collective, through the state, actualism, the philosophical engine of fascism is that actualism, that idealism. Ideas can become real. Syndicalism, revolutionary syndicalism is in early fascism as a way of organizing yourself. So you have the Fiume incident with Gabriele D'Annunzio. This would eventually shift over time. Action, aggressive self-defense. Action, though. Fascism is about action, moving. It's not about moving backwards. It's about moving forward through action, through struggle. Recreating empire. That's the Italian version. Obviously, in the German version, it's a little darker than that. It's about creating a unified blood and soil empire that utilizes the Untermenschen, the under people like the Slavs, the Russians, etc., the Jews, as ways of basically sustaining the Volksgemeinschaft. Revolutionary nationalism, that one's obvious. It is a third way, so it is an attempt to grab things from all these other political movements that it's theoretically against and use the things that actually have appeal. It's about militarization of society. So if you see paramilitary groups, if you see the armament of groups that are not the police and not the military, or that lie somewhere in between, once the fascists take power, then that's the militarization we're talking about. The supremacy of the nation above all else. Natalism and gender roles. So if people are obsessed with creating new fascists for the nation, of building the nation and having more traditional gender roles, explicitly not to go back in time, but to build something in the future, then you have something that's far more fascist than reactionary conservatism. Violence and cleansing. So again, if bloodletting to build something new, if giving up your individual self to build the nation is virtuous, then actually bleeding and dying and becoming a martyr for that is virtuous. And a phoenix can only rise out of the ashes, right? It's for building a new elite. So the people who do that bleeding, who do that martyrdom, are the ones deserving of rulership. And in that way, the democracy, again, is not, it's a democracy of quote unquote quality, either through this new elite or through the Führer or the Caudillo or the Duce. I think we did it, guys. You know what's so funny is every time I do these videos, my cat is always interrupting, and she interrupted a couple times, but this video has gone on for so long that even she's given up and gone to take a nap somewhere. She's tired of hearing my voice. Maybe you are too. I do have one last ask for you. If you made it this far, if this brought you value, I think you can just look through my back catalog on YouTube and see that, like, I've got videos in the past with millions of views. Every now and again now I'll get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views, but these long lectures, and just in general, like my view counts are just all over the place. This is not a complaint. It's just to say, if you watch this whole thing and you found it valuable, do consider becoming a patron or subscribing to me on Substack. It helps me to carve out the time to make this possible. And to be honest, at the moment in time that I'm recording this, I am job hunting. So this project of self-employment hasn't really worked for me. It's part of why I've started recording these unscripted videos, because I realize when I get a job at some point, again, I won't be able to take the time to do all the editing that is required to do those full video essays. And I know that unscripted things I can just read, research, and then give a lecture. It's part of why I've been doing this, these last few videos, in case you were curious or didn't already know. Anyway, no obligation. Part of my mission is to put good information in the world and to keep it as free as possible. I don't put a whole lot behind my paywall on Substack. I upload videos here on YouTube, so even if you can't pay, people get ads. But if you're able to chip in to help make this, this information free to everyone and to help me continue to do this and dedicate time to it, it's patreon.com/WilliamCFox. I think it's williamcfox.substack.com if you want to become a paid subscriber there on Substack. It doesn't make a huge difference. If you want a little personal attention, a little bit more, access to me, Patreon's probably the better route. Or if you just want to chip in and just forget about it, Patreon's probably the better route. If you want to, have access to some of my extra writing, including the stuff that might go behind the paywall, then, Substack is where I do a lot of my mental gestation, where I flesh out ideas and sometimes just write about random things that are interesting me at the moment. So, I hope to see you on one of those two platforms if you're able. If not, I'll see you for the next video right here on YouTube. You're amazing if you made it this whole way. I hope you got the same value out of this that I hoped. Let me know. Heads held high. Happy warriors. Later, y'all.